that we do as the police, which will also include corruption within the value chain of the justice system, which we are part of as law enforcement. That's why the presentation that is attached here will be used as a reference, which is marked. I'm not going to refer to all of them, but by and large, commissioners, that was to brief the nation to understand what challenges are we facing as the South African Police Service.
Are you the sole author of the content of that document? Or do you have other people, persons that participate in the creation of that document and the information contained therein?
I must indicate, Commissioner, that this briefing which I made on the 6th of July, it is a product of the collective and collaborative efforts of various units within the South African Police Service. The majority of men and women in blue in this service who were responsible for, together with myself, in compiling this document. It is therefore a reflection of the common concerns that we share as colleagues in different ranks within the service, which made us to have a common desire for these problems to be resolved, and in order to enable these members of the service to be able to serve with honor and dignity.
You make what I consider to be an important point at paragraph 11 that I think you should share with the Commission, which would seem to speak to a risk in the absence of positive action. What is that risk? What is the fear and what is the risk?
Commissioner, on this paragraph level, it has been my aim that I want to demonstrate that the criminal justice system has been subject to a continuous threat, as well as sabotage, which has been with us over an extended period, to a point where we believe it is at real risk of a total collapse if nothing is done. Therefore, an urgent and effective interventions are required in order to avert this outcome. And I believe this commission will stand to play a very important role in order to help us to prevent this total collapse of the justice system in our country.
Your statement in that part concludes with a personal message. Would you like to deliver it at paragraph 12?
Yes, that's correct, Commissioner. As we had appeared before the South Africans on the 6th of July, I must first thank the media in South Africa for affording us an opportunity to be able to share our challenges with the public, which then, as a result, it helped the state president to establish this commission following that press briefing, which we also appreciate, as this commission is going to help us to deal with the challenges that we are facing as we execute our duties. And lastly, I want to thank the general public for having received our message very well. And I'm sure what we're going to talk about is not necessarily everything that the public are experiencing out there in terms of the experience they have as they interact with the justice system, but it is mainly to address those that we were speaking about on the 6th of July.
Thank you. I would like to draw attention then to paragraphs 13 and 14, which set out the scope of your statement and the testimony you are about to give. Can you briefly speak to that scope of your evidence?
Commissioner, the main address that we put on this statement will focus in the main on what has been much talked about, which is the KwaZulu-Natal political killings testing. We will want to address that first. And secondly, we will want to address the criminality, the political interference, as well as the corruption within the criminal justice system. it shall become evident that significant overlaps and intersection between the two broad topics, and a distinction between the two may not always be possible to draw. I will, however, address the issue of KwaZulu-Natal political killings task team first, and separately before I delve into matters of the political interference, the corruption and criminality that we experience within our criminal justice system.
In the context then of the focus of your statement, the next chapter you deal with substructural overview and organogram. You set out a background to the establishment of the SAPS, the legislative framework that governs the SAPS. And I would like us to work through that part of your statement in brief. We don't have to read everything. So you start at paragraph 20 with the establishment of SAPS. Any aspect you'd like to highlight in that regard?
Yeah, well, Commissioner, in the main, as the general public will know, that Section 199 of the Constitution establishes all the security agencies that we have in the country, which include the South African Police Service, the Defense Force, as well as the intelligence. And all these services are structured and regulated in terms of national legislations, which in case of the South African Police Service, it will be the South African Police Service Act. And the SAPS members must always act in accordance with the Constitution and the law. And I must make sure that whatever they do does not advance the political interest of one party over the other. And ours is to make sure that we apply the fairness that the Constitution is directing us to do, to treat everyone equal before the law. And in any partisan manner or any interest that is shown by each member to the political party is prohibited by the law.
In the next few pages, you summarize the SAPS mandate in terms of the Constitution, in terms of the Act, and you make reference to the regulations. Now, insofar as the Constitution is concerned, what would you like to highlight for purposes of the Commission, insofar as the role players, as determined by Section 206 are concerned, the Minister, the National Commissioner, and the Provincial Commissioner?
Commissioner, in the main, will draw attention to Section 205 of the Constitution, which outlines what are the primary responsibility of the South African Police Service, which will include the prevention, combating, investigation of crime, protection of the property and the citizen of this republic or the inhabitants of the republic, which also includes the maintenance of public order and to uphold the law as the South African Police Service. That is what the Constitution tells us to do. But the same Constitution, under different sections, Section 206 of the Constitution outlines the responsibility of the Minister of Police, which is that of a policy development. The Constitution says the minister will develop the policy in consultation with the provincial executive or provincial government. And their needs in different provinces must be taken into account when the minister develops this policy. And the same Constitution gives powers to each province to monitor police conduct and the police performance. And that is done through the executive, as each province has an assigned individual which is responsible for overseeing the work that the police are doing. In the same Constitution, Commissioner, other than 206 that talks about the executive authorities at national level as well as provincial level in terms of the ministers and MECs, in some provinces we have premiers that are overseeing that role, those that do not have MECs. But the Constitution under Section 207, it speaks about the appointment of a man or a woman to be the National Commissioner of the South African Police Service, who's appointed by the President of the Republic. And this individual is given the responsibility to exercise control and to manage the South African Police Service. And it does that in accordance with the national policy that will have been developed by the minister, who is a cabinet member, and also under the direction of the very same cabinet member. The section 207 further speaks about the appointment of provincial commissioners. And the provincial commissioners are appointed by the national commissioner. And the national commissioner does that in consultation with the executive in the province. And the responsibility of the provincial commissioners are outlined in the same constitution, which says that the provincial commissioners are responsible for policing in their respective provinces as prescribed by the legislation and are subject to powers of the national commissioner, the powers and control of the national commissioner of the South African Police Service. And in the constitution, you will find, together with the act that is referred to in the constitution, which I spoke about earlier, that there are different acts that are developed. And one of the acts that is critical in the constitution is a National Intelligence Act, National Strategic Intelligence Act, which is applicable to the South African Police Service as a captured, which regulates the functioning of our crime intelligence within the South African Police Service. I sum the constitution establishes a single police service, and this concept creates a unified and standardized police service across the Republic under the leadership of the National Commissioner of the South African Police Service.
Thank you. You then tend to deal with the Act and the provisions of the Act. Your statement does speak to what the Act regulates and provides for. In this context, I would like you to walk us through the powers and the functions of the provincial commissioner.
The Police Act, which is developed by government under section 12 of the SAPS Act, that is where the powers of the provincial commissioner are written, which reads that the provincial commissioner shall have command of and control over the service in his or her jurisdiction in the province, and may exercise such powers and shall perform the duties and function necessary to give effect to the provision of the Constitution. The provincial commissioner further is authorized to distribute the strength of service amongst different areas in the province, dividing it into manageable areas, which will include the stations, different areas, and create offices and units within the province in order to be able to effectively perform or discharge the duties that outline in the Constitution.
Now, at paragraph 34 of your statement, you once again reference the intelligence division of SAPS. You indicated that it is regulated in terms of the intelligence, in terms of the National Strategic Intelligence Act. With reference to your paragraph 34, could you explain to the Commission how that division, the intelligence division, fits in within the SAPS structure?
The division crime intelligence that exists in the South African Police Service as established in terms of the Act, it's a division that reports via a Deputy National Commissioner to the National Commissioner within the South African Police Service, with primary job is to gather, evaluate, coordinate the intelligence in order to support the objectives of the SAPS across the country as we perform our duties.
You follow that part of your statement with an overall summary of the key SAPS role players, and that is from your page 16, paragraph 41 of your statement, where you highlight, for purposes at least of your testimony, who are the key role players in this policing environment? Please highlight those.
The key role players that are applicable in terms of the work that we do as we discharge our duties as South African Police Service will include the Minister of Police, whose executive authority are responsible for policy development and directing the works that the National Commissioner does, the National Commissioner of the South African Police Service, the Provincial Commissioner of the South African Police Service, as well as the executive in the province, which are the members of the executive committees, which are commonly referred to as MECs. As I said, Commissioner, in some provinces too that we know of, that they are premiers that are taking direct responsibility over that role.
You have at your paragraph 48 at page 18, a diagram headed placement of top management. I'm going to request that it be put up, and perhaps you could walk us through that diagram for us to understand that top management, the sub-top management organogram. So if you could just speak to that organogram and guide us quickly through it.
Commissioners, the SAPS has got two designations in terms of the levels. We have those that are established in terms of the Constitution, which I spoke about earlier. That will be the National Commissioner, the Provincial Commissioners. As you see them on the top right corner, those 9 provinces are Provincial Commissioners. And on the extreme left, the badge that is standing out there with yellow and red and black, that is a directorate for priority crime investigation, which is commonly referred to as the Hawks, established in terms of the Act. That's why they are reflected on the structure. But immediately below the National Commissioner, those are the 3 at the bottom. They are the Deputy National Commissioners, which are structures established by the National Commissioner, the prerogative of the National Commissioner to create those structures. They may exist, they may not exist, depend who is the National Commissioner at the time. There is 3 currently, at times there are 5, or some other times there are 4. It depends on how the National Commissioner feels in terms of creating those structures that we see.
So if we understand you then, below the level of National Commissioner, there can be as many Deputy National Commissioners as the National Commissioner deems appropriate.
That is correct, Commissioner.
It's not prescribed to the National Commissioner as to how many there should be and what areas they should cover.
That is correct, Commissioner.
It will, perhaps while we are here, we take the opportunity, we'll deal with this further on in the statement. Insofar as the Deputy National Commissioner, the crime detection is concerned, your statement later on gives an understanding that that particular Deputy National Commissioner is actually responsible for 3 wider areas or responsibilities within SAPS. Can you just mention them, summarizing what each does, and we will make a note on this organogram.
Commissioner, the bottom right, if I can start there, of that structure is a corporate support, which is a general administrative that support the operations of the police. The policing in the main is controlled on the left, which is the middle block and the left block. Left block is mainly about the visible policing, which is uniform branch, those men and women you see patrolling the streets. They are charged with responsibility of preventing crime and interacting with communities and the likes. But the heartbeat of the justice system, where it starts in the main, is in the center, the middle block. That middle block controls the heartbeat of the South African Police Service. That is where the case docket is managed. That's where the criminal investigation is managed. You will have detective services that falls under that structure. You will have crime intelligence that fall under that structure. And you will have forensic services in the South African Police Service. So all 3 are the ones that are controlled in that structure, in that block.
And if briefly, just to, so we can orientate ourselves, what does the detective services deal with within SAPS, and equally the crime intelligence and you said forensics? If you could just give a brief description of what each function entails.
Commissioner, when the crime is committed, the first people that arrive at the crime scene, it's forensic service, who are responsible for the preservation of the crime scene and make sure that the evidence that is critical for investigation is collected. That's where you're going to find any evidence that might be used later in the investigation being fetched and be taken to the lab and get analyzed. And therefore, thereafter, the detective, which is crime investigation, will then take over the investigation, and with a further investigation that they collect to try and follow the pattern of what could have transpired that led into that crime. Any evidence that they collect, they will always share with forensic services in order to conduct analysis on it. But as they are looking for clues or the perpetrators that will have been involved in that particular crime, they are going to rely on crime intelligence, who help them to trace the suspect through their means of deployment of intelligence agencies and collecting of the information of the people that might share some information with regard to that crime. So that's what crime intelligence does, as is they are the only one that are mandated with the responsibility of monitoring the criminal syndicates through their cell phones and tracking their movements. They really do covert operations that at times the public is not aware of, that we might discuss later. So, but that is in the main what the three does, the forensic, the detectives, as well as intelligence.
And it's for that reason that you call them the heartbeat of policing.
Indeed, Commissioner, it is the heartbeat.
If I may call for the next one to be put up, and I do, General, perhaps accept that this slide you put up for the benefit of some of us who are not as illiterate around the structure and the ranks of the police service. So if you could just quickly highlight what is important for us to understand from that slide, would appreciate.
Commissioner, in the South African Police Service, we are categorized into two category of members in the service, and it is those that we refer to them as non-commissioned officers. And then we have those that refer to them as commissioned officers. For the general public to understand, commissioners also to know, is that non-commissioned officers, when you see them in uniform, they would be wearing ranks that are hanging over their shoulders, not on top of their shoulders, but hanging on the side of their shoulders. They're non-commissioned officers. And that is basically the entry level into the South African Police Service, which is a first rank of a constable. That's where you enter in the service. And as you become a commissioned officer, you then put on your ranks on your shoulders, above your shoulders, those stars that we see worn by police officers. And they are in different levels, with the highest being the national commissioner. So the entry level is a constable, and the highest level is the national commissioner. I'm talking about the national commissioner as the title that is carried in the Constitution. However, the regulation that was amended, it then introduced the general's titles. And so therefore we call the national commissioner a general, but it remains a national commission in terms of the Constitution. So it's a Constitution versus the police regulation in this regard. They are both applicable to us, Commissioner.
And on the extreme right, you list what you say is a form of address. That's the acceptable form of addressing each rank of the police force, of the police service, as set out in that diagram.
Yeah, that's correct. What you see written on this structure, unfortunately, as I said, commissioners, they're right on top. It's actually the national commissioner, which the rank given is the general, and the form of address, it's a general. And the picture you see on the screen, it just outlines the different ranks that we have and how we address them. So all those that we refer to as generals, lieutenant generals, major generals, and a general, when we address them, we call them generals. We don't use the first weight that precede the general. And then, of course, the similar applies to the colonels. You will not call a lieutenant colonel or a colonel, we just address both of them as colonels. That's a form of address that we apply. And the non-commissioned officers are written on their shoulders as constable, sergeant, and warrant officers. So we address them as such.
Thank you. Chair, I'm moving to a next topic. I'm starting a new topic. I see the time is 11:28. Might this be an appropriate time for the tea adjournment?
Yes, let us adjourn and come back at 11:45 sharp.
We shall be back at
Thank
11:45. Thank you, Chair. Re ke etse pin drop.
Oh, okay. Ke remove le lo-
We are ready when you are, commissioners. Thank you. General Mkhwanazi, before we broke for tea, I indicated that we will be moving into a new chapter. Apologies. Yes, no. I think the gentleman behind me was speaking, so there was a bit of interference. I had indicated that we are starting a new chapter after T. And that chapter starts at your page 21 of your statement. And you deal from page 21 with the establishment of the Political Killings Trust Team. You indicated at the start of your testimony that the Political Killings Trust Team is one of the key topics that you wish to address in the course of your testimony. You indicated that there are two in the main, but this would be a starting point. That starts at page 21. From paragraph 50 to paragraph 71, you deal with the establishment of the Political Killings Trust Team. And I would like us to start the conversation from that point. So if you could narrate how the Political Killings Trust Team came about, under what circumstances, when, and then we will subsequently look into its operations once established. Thank you. So if you could start on the establishment of the task team itself.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. We know that the province of KwaZulu-Natal, historical, that has been a problematic province with regard to political violence, which dates back to the days before democratic South Africa. And that problem remained, although it had subsided prior the establishment of this team, but it started rising again, and we started seeing the leaders of our country being attacked in different levels, which then necessitated an intervention from the SAPS and the executive in terms of trying to mitigate the threat of attacks to our political leaders. And we know of the task team that was established back in 2018. But this political killing task team has its genesis in a previous task team that was established back in 2011. And this was done following the resurfacing of the killings, as I said, in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, which was dominant at the time. And these killings in the province of KwaZulu-Natal had led into the establishment of, or the provincial government in KwaZulu-Natal, establishing a Morane Commission of Inquiry, which was established in 2016 by the Premier of the province, Premier Willis Mkhwanazi. And when this team started at the time, 2011, to look at specifically on cases that are involving the political leaders in the country, and with the aim of making sure that at least they can bring the perpetrators of these crimes to court.
General, you referred to intra-party killings. Do you want to please explain that?
Commissioner, in the main, in 2011, we saw the different political parties applying or employing different strategies in terms of the employment of their candidates for different political positions. A typical example, it has been a well-known practice in the country that for one to become a councillor, he has to go and campaign. And through that competition of campaigning, when people vote for you, become a councillor. So the same when you become a mayor, executive mayor, same rule applied. But when that strategy changed by the political parties deciding of who should be a councillor, who should be the mayor of the municipality, it became a conflict amongst the members of the same political party, where one person will have enjoyed the majority from the society wanting to elevate that person to the position of being a leader of society in that particular locality. But the executive of the political party will take a decision that regardless of popularity of that individual, but they choose another person to appoint as a leader. And the one who's popular, of course, will feel aggrieved, and the fights then started within the same political party. So that is basically what we're trying to communicate here, Commissioner.
Please continue.
Thank you so much. So the Morane Commission, which then was established, did confirm that these many assassinations were linked largely to corruption within local government, especially tenders. So you could imagine the one who is in position of authority as a political party leader or as a leader of society has some kind of influence over the issuing of tenders. And the business people that want to get tenders, they will always be friends with the one who's got an executive authority over that municipality or different provinces. And as a result, that corruption became the center of these incidents of threats, attempted murders, as well as murders. And the key recommendations that came from the commission is the one that brought about the creation of independent structures, which include having a designated focus from the South African Police Service in terms of investigation of these cases. And that's why then the South African Police Service responded by creating a team. But, Commissioner, that did not stop. We then saw more of those incidents happen up until 2018, when the President of the Republic decided that the efforts from law enforcement, being the South African Police Service alone, or the Minister of Police at the time, guiding or directing the interventions to try and mitigate this type of crime. It was then important from the present point of view that the police must not work alone. Therefore, the police must put the efforts together with other ministers within the cluster in order to be able to have a focused intervention in terms of trying to mitigate these incidents of political violence, if we were to call it. And as a result, in 2018, the President of the Republic appointed an interministerial committee, which we refer to as an IMC. I want to emphasize again, Commissioner, that the President of the Republic appointed an interministerial committee, which we refer to as an IMC. This committee constitutes of different ministers within the cluster. That will include the Minister of Police. It will include the Minister of State Security. It will include the Minister of Defense. It will include the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development, and the different entities that are within the security cluster were also represented, including state security. So all these ministers, they form that which we refer to as an IMC. And the Minister of Police was appointed as a chairperson of the IMC. So it was the IMC that was mandated to relook at how best can the law enforcement, together with other agencies within the criminal justice system, can put a best possible solution to the incidents of political violence as it was experienced then.
Before you move on, General, if I may, at your paragraph 53, you highlight the reasons for why, in part, the president elected to implement a different approach, which is through the establishment of the IMC. Could you highlight what were the challenges with the task team then, as established from 2011, that informed the president's thinking to establish the IMC to address the same issues that the task team was engaged with.
Commissioner, the work, as I said, from 2011, when the Minister of Police then, together with the National Commissioner, designated specific investigators to work on the cases that are involving the political leaders. It became evident as these incidents were continuing, it became evident that the success of that team was not good enough. There were many challenges. Part of it that was contributing to the challenges was the slow progress in terms of arrest and the very poor conviction rate that was experienced at the time. And as I said, that is why the president felt that whatever intervention that the Minister of Police alone have implemented is not sufficient. Therefore, a group of ministers must come together and look at whether this work that needs to be done, can it be done in a different way than how it was done back then.
From paragraph 55 then of your statement, you look deeper into the functioning and the work of the IMC. Could you take it from there?
Commissioner, as I said earlier in my introduction, that I had occupied different positions. One of them was, which I mentioned, was 2018, when I was deployed in the province of KwaZulu-Natal as the acting provincial commissioner. I had a meeting with the management in KZN at the time as a provincial commissioner, and that was held in May 2018, where the deputy provincial commissioner was responsible for investigation, Major General Chiliza, together with his team. They briefed me about the work that was done by the team up until that period, 2018. And from there, there was then a briefing that was arranged in order to brief the IMC. And that meeting took place in June, or was held in June, where these group of ministers came down to the province. And I gave a presentation to the ministers with regard to the investigation, because when the Major General Chiliza gave me a presentation together with the team, we had to analyze the challenges that the team has and to be able to see whether is any areas of improvement that we could initiate in order to assist the team going forward.
General, I apologize. I see that what you are testifying to now is in regard to the meeting of the 11th of June 2018. Can I take you at paragraph 50? Can I take you a page back to
Yes.
paragraph 55? Paragraph 55 seems to suggest an earlier meeting of the IMC. Is that correct?
That is correct. When, as I said, Commissioner, I had met with the team to try and establish who is working on the cases, and the IMC had convened in May as well, as I said, in 2018, after my arrival in the province, where this Deputy Provincial Commissioner, Major General Chiliza, gave a presentation on the work that was done by the team that he was leading at the time, from 2011 to 2018. And the Major General Chiliza, and him giving the presentation, the IMC was not quite pleased about the progress made by that team. And they then indicated to all of us that was there that their key aim was to make sure that there is integration of different stakeholders within the justice system to work together in order to be able to address the program of killings of the political leaders in the province. So therefore, the IMC tasked us that we must look at a way of reconfiguring this work that this team is doing in order to be able to have good successes going forward. And that's when we then had to start reworking on a different plan, which the IMCs were not necessarily involved, because theirs was to make sure that there would be a successful work done by all structures within the criminal justice system to prevent or mitigate this incident. So IMC required an extensive investigation into the program, as well as analysis of the solutions deployed by the team in order to be able to mitigate these crimes.
To the point you were making, you are then, it then leads you to the IMC meeting of the 11th of June. You deal with that from your paragraph 58.
Yes, as I said, Commissioner, when I was in the province, I arrived almost at the same time when the president had announced this IMC. So in the initial briefing that was conducted in May, IMC were quite not happy with the work that was done because the performance which they were interested in did not inspire confidence that there will be a solution in terms of these incidents that are directed at our political leaders. And as a head of the province at the time, the task to revise this plan fell on my shoulders. So I had to then attend to a new strategy that is going to help us to win the war. And that the IMC conducted another meeting in June, which was a month later. And when they arrived in the province, the group of ministers, as I said, I gave the presentation to them about the outcomes of the investigation and analysis of the work of the team. And in summary, the key conclusion drawn from the analysis that we had conducted back then was that there was an ineffective and not appropriately structured way of working by the police at the time, which one of the challenges that was identified was that the team was operating in silos. We will have a detective working at the police station, which is said to be part of the task team, carrying one docket involving the political leaders, whereas the same detective has other cases that he needs to prioritize that has got nothing to do with the priority that was given to him or her. So those became a bit of a challenge that we had identified. And I concluded the presentation which I made to the IMCs at the time, where I made a proposal that an investigation and a prosecution strategy will be developed in order to try and address the problem. And this will require a specific budget and a specific support that will have to source from the National Commissioner in order to be able to deal with the problem at hand. The IMC welcomed that proposal, and they granted the requisite mandate for us to proceed in the best way that we can be able to mitigate this threat of this criminality that we're experiencing. So subsequent to that, we then developed a strategy which I led. During that period of development of the strategy, I kept the National Commissioner abreast of the strategy being considered by the team, because we will require the National Commissioner, as the head of the operations in the police, is the one who's managing the operations in the police, to grant us approval on this strategy. So we kept communicating with him as we were developing it, and eventually the National Commissioner provisionally approved the operational approach and the strategy that we had developed in KwaZulu-Natal. And this strategy was then submitted formally, which is a strategy that was proposing the framework which will include the cost of implementing. And this strategy, the submission that we made, which I signed to the National Commissioner at the time, went through different levels in the policing of recommendation, because as I said, Commissioner, there was going to be a cost implication associated with this. Amongst, if I may indicate, the cost will include the deployment of other specialized units or police officers from different provinces and with different expertise that are going to assist KwaZulu-Natal in order to be able to carry out this task. So therefore, there was going to be a cost associated with that. So we submitted this to the National Commissioner, the National Commissioner approved it.
Thank you, General. At paragraph 60 to 62, you mentioned specifically a document there, and you indicate that it is annexed to your statement as annexure MK4. You call this document implementation plan, investigation of political related cases, KwaZulu-Natal, from 2018, July 01 to 2018, December 31. That you do at your paragraph 60. And you say that document you attach as MK4 at paragraph 62. Is that correct?
That is correct, Commissioner.
Can I then refer us to that specific document? It's numbered MK4, it's page 139, Commissioners, of the witness statement. General, if you could turn to that document and confirm that that is the document that we are talking about.
It is correct, Commissioner. This is the document I'm referring to.
Now, in this document, I see that the first page addresses the question of the purpose of the strategy that is set out in this document, which I think is what you have articulated to the Commission already. I would like to draw your specific attention to page 142 of that document. You indicated to the commissioners that your strategy involved a different operational approach to the problem then plaguing KZN. I would like you to talk to us about the specifics of this special or operational approach and plan, and take us through the nature of the plan, the makeup of the methodology, and the management of the would subsequently be established political killing task team. So if we could start at page 142.
Commissioner, this approach and the concept that we adopted, it's a tried and tested operational methodology that we use in many operations in the South African Police Service, which will include different disciplines, as I mentioned, with different capabilities, including intelligence and operational and investigative capabilities in that team, which is multidisciplinary, whose aim is to assist each other to speed up the work that needs to be done. Because ordinarily, you will have a detective working somewhere and the forensic person working somewhere and intelligence working somewhere. But we bring all these together under one central commander that is going to manage them and execute this task. We then establish a command structure of that task team. And the command structure that is going to focus on the execution of the task. And once after establishing that command structure, we then structure how the investigation is going to be conducted by establishing a central mission area, which we refer to as a mission area in the main, where the joint coordination of the operation is conducted under that commander. And then we, which in this case will have been at the provincial office where I was seated. From there, we will then establish a tactical operational areas, tech jocks, tactical joint operational centers, which are then located in different parts of the province that are going to focus on operational activities in that specific area. And then they will report and come in account to the mission area operational center. as they execute their task. As I said, there will be an intelligence gathering, there will be analysis of the information, and then operational coordination, which will also include the investigation, as I said, and as well as the combat that will protect the investigators that are working with them. So it's a team that will be self-sufficient as they work. If a typical example, Commissioner, will have expert from forensic in that team, that as and when they found evidence, for instance, a firearm in the crime scene, they don't have to send it to forensic and leave it like that. They know the workings of the forensic, so they will go in there and be able to engage with their colleague to speed up the process of that analysis. Not necessarily that at times they do it themselves, but they will engage with their colleagues because they have access into forensic, unlike a detective who will put it in the reception area and wait until he's told. But the forensic people that are in the team, they've got access to forensic service. They know their colleagues, so they make it easier to speed up the process. And an access to some intelligence resources that we need, because it's allocated there and they are able to perform the work that they're supposed to do with speed, and then be able to engage with the prosecutors that are going to help them guide the investigation from the start to speed up the process, that you don't investigate and you finish and you think you're ready for trial, you go to the prosecutor and you start querying some things on the docket. You work with the prosecutor as you develop this investigation. It gives you guidance in terms of what is required, and you go and collect that. So it is that coordination of the work that was the emphasis for this strategy to help us work, structured in that fashion at the technical side as well as the mission area side. So I hope I've covered everything.
Yes, but midway that page, you list certain operational concepts, which I think on their mere reading would sound like they are normal police concepts: intelligence gathering, analysis and coordination and the like. What about this particular task team was peculiar as compared to the previous regarding an approach to these concepts?
The difference is that we will have, Commissioner, as I said, with all these different disciplines coming together, and we have to group them. So we will have I will say different pillars of focus. There are those that are going to focus on information gathering and collection and analysis. And there are those that are going to focus on investigation, engaging closer with the prosecution and the likes. And there are those that are going to focus on combat. When we refer to combat and direction, are those that are doing arrest, takedown, doing searches, coordinate searches and the likes within the team, escorting of detainees from correctional centers to courts and so forth. And they have their own leg that they focus on. And then we also have the communication section that has to communicate the work that the team is doing, so that we have a common message that goes out there. The compilation of the report that is presented to the executive, updating on the work that the team does, as we will be briefing the public from time to time. So we needed to have that pillar. So it was different pillars of this operation that we employed that help us to be able to do the job.
You indicated earlier that a specific and separate budget was required for this exercise. And overleaf, still with the same document, from 144, page 144, you deal with the cost implications of the strategy. Would you like to highlight important aspects and how it was, the costing was undertaken and on what basis the estimation was made?
We had to include this, as I said, Commissioner, earlier, that we needed to mobilize different disciplines. South African Police Service is not structured in KwaZulu-Natal. It is a national, one central South African Police Service. So therefore, if we have resources that are not there in KwaZulu-Natal, we have to source it from other provinces because it is one.
For our purposes, do we really need this detail, Advocate Silva?
If the commissioners are comfortable, not necessarily, it doesn't have to be a deep dive into that. There seems to be concurrence on the bench, Chair.
Yes,
Thank
yes.
you. Then I will turn over to, after you deal with the cost, from page 146 is a series of signatures. Could you then briefly talk to those signatures, explaining who appended their respective signature and for what purpose?
Commissioner, the,
Chair?
There has been a rethink to my right. So perhaps the general should cover
Okay.
that detail.
Perhaps we may try.
Apologies for that.
That's quite all
Advocate
right,
Silva.
Chair. We'll strike a balance. It shall be in the briefest and most succinct manner, General, dealing with the cost implications of this particular strategy. Perhaps I think you should highlight the period for which the budget was intended, and you discuss it in that context.
okay. Commissioner, as I said, we developed this in June. Our intention was to start with this operational approach from the beginning of July, ending for the year ending in December, end of December, which was a 6 months period. We wanted to deploy over 139 police officers during that period. So as I said earlier, Commissioner, that we will have wanted to bring other police officers that are not from KZN. Therefore, there's a cost associated with the accommodation, subsistence, and traveling allowances and so forth. We needed to get facilities for them to work from. Some of them, including, as I said, accommodation where they sleep. And we also needed to have other resources, computers, vehicles, and so forth, they needed to have to allow them to be able to work. Different disciplines are a responsibility of different deputy national commissioners, as we explained the structure earlier. So as we proposed this, we needed to make sure before the national commissioner signs off that these deputy national commissioner have an insight of what we want to do, and they make their own recommendations to the national commissioner in terms of the plan. So that's why you see the submission having been made by myself as a provincial commissioner. The first person that signs on there was the national commissioner, the deputy national commissioner was responsible for policing at the time, Jaron Masimula, who's now a national commissioner, but at that time he was responsible for the left block on the structure that I showed earlier on policing. And the next one that signs off was a deputy national commissioner, Lieutenant General Zumane, who was responsible for the middle block, which is an investigation of the police. He recommended that. And the third person that signed was the head of the DPCI, the national head of the Directorate of Priority Crime Investigation. At the time, the Lieutenant General Sibia, who was in that position, had signed and recommended the same. And we then had to get from the corporate side, where the budget was sourced from, a deputy national commissioner was responsible for asset and legal service, where we needed this resource from. General Vuma, Lieutenant General Vuma has signed also the recommendation of this, which means all the deputies that have different roles in terms of supporting the team signed this application, and it was then approved by the national commissioner for us to be able to do the work.
And if I then can take you to page 146, under item 7, you have listed 2 recommendations. Would it be correct to interpret the signatures appended to be in support of the recommendations as set out in item 7? So if you could first read out those recommendations, and then you may respond to my question.
Commissioner, in understanding the roles of all the people that we want them to approve, and as well as what we want to do as this team, was to implement the strategy to investigate and prosecute perpetrators of political related cases. We needed that strategy to be approved first. That's why we'll need people that are responsible for the operational side of policing to satisfy themselves that is this going to achieve the results or the work that is expected? So that was the first recommendation where we were focusing mainly on the operational side. We're requesting the strategy to be approved to investigate and make sure that there's a prosecution. The second recommendation was for the project to be approved and funded from the national budget on the estimated total cost that is reflected to be managed at the province of KwaZulu-Natal. So we were asking because we understood as a provincial commissioner that there is a budget dedicated, allocated by the CFO for policing in the province, which is already prioritized for police stations to service the communities out there. So this is a project that we are proposing on the side. That's why we asked that the national office allocate a budget specific for that, so that we don't interfere with the operational budget. So the approval as a result and the allocation of the budget came as a result of these recommendations that we made.
So effectively, the approval then was for the establishment of this trust team in the manner proposed in the plan, and that the cost, the operational cost of that trust team would be met out of the national budget and not the KZN budget. Is that a correct interpretation?
That is correct, Commissioner. The funding, the total funding of this political task team came from the national budget. But how it works in government, the cost center being a province of KwaZulu-Natal, the national office will move that money to KZN, but ring-fence for the project. So KZN province will not use that money for anything else except that project. So that's why we have to account on it from time to time. So we had two accounting in the province. Accounting on the normal budget is allocated for the running of the province on one side, and then we account on the project on the side.
Okay. So now we are at a point where the plan is developed and costed and has been approved by all divisions, including the National Commissioner. What happens thereafter? And we are now at your paragraph 64.
As I said, Commissioner, that the plan was approved. And this was presented to the IMC. You'll recall that, Commissioners, we said we submitted this and as early as in June to start this work in July. National Commission approved this thing on the 18th of June, and the work started beginning of July as it was envisaged. We had seen the IMCs in earlier before the work started. The IMCs came down to the province to come and monitor the work, whether is the work that has been done as we had promised them that we are going to develop something else. They came in September, where the National Commissioner then was also present, where the presentation of this framework, which was approved by the National Commissioner, was made to the IMCs, for the IMCs to be able to understand that which we had proposed and that which we are already doing in order to be able to meet the requests, the expectations of the Interministerial Committee.
I understand from your statement then that as at the 13th of September 2018, the IMC supported the strategy and the approach as set out in the annexure under discussion.
That is correct, Commissioner. The IMCs were quite happy with our approach and what the National Commission has approved and funded and the execution that was already taking place.
I take it that the IMC, being a formal structure, would record its meetings and discussions in a formal document such as the minutes. Those are not attached to your statement to back up your claim that this approach was supported by the IMC. Would you like to inform the Commissioner why that is the case and whether those documents exist at all?
Commissioner, the IMC, each time they came down to the province, they will have a secretariat that will be taking minutes of the presentation that are made to the IMC. And we'll hope perhaps if the commission will want to invite some of those individuals that were involved, they are free to do so. But I believe that at the office of the minister is a person who was Minister of Police, as a person who was the chairperson, and the secretariat came from that office. These minutes should be available for the commission to access.
Do you know what is the security status of those minutes?
They would most likely have been classified. To what level exactly on the classification, I'm not so sure. But they will definitely be classified so that they're not easily available. But if they are declassified, of course, the commission will be able to access such minutes.
For the record, I'll state that the process, the Secretariat and the evidence leader have started the process of declassification. A request has been put in. It's a number of minutes. And if and when that process of declassification is finalized, same shall be presented and submitted into evidence. To the extent that may become necessary, perhaps on General Mkhwanazi's return, he can then complete this point around the support by the IMC through this implementation stage. Thank you, Chair. You introduced thereafter another document from your paragraph 67. Could you tell us what, after this plan was accepted, what happened within the task team and its approach?
Commissioner, I must indicate, as I said earlier, that my term in KZN as the acting provincial commissioner was for a year, 2018 to 2019. When we started in 2018, we had appointed different individuals to be responsible for the management of this team. I said earlier, commissioners, that in our operational approach, we needed to have the command structures that are solely dedicated to run that project. So the leader of that team at the time was a Major General Ramatswele, who was the person responsible, accounting to me, of course, as a provincial commissioner. And we had two individuals, which were brigadiers at the time, who are now generals, both of them, that were assisting this Major General Ramatswele to manage this project. But the one that I want to highlight in the main amongst the two brigadiers is the Lieutenant General Khumalo, who's now a head of crime intelligence as well. At the time, he was a brigadier when this team started, and he was appointed as a project leader and a coordinator of this team, with his expertise of coordination of operation that he was a post he was occupying at the national level at the time. He was appointed to also coordinate this specific team at the time under the leadership of Major General Ramatswele. And I might just indicate, maybe pause there, Commissioner, indicate that Khumalo had landed in the province of KwaZulu-Natal at the time, deployed with myself to go and act in the province, but not for the task team specific. So, but when this reconfiguration or the strategy was developed for the team, he was then assigned to be part of that team when he started. So he was playing his role under leadership of Major General Ramatswele, and subsequent to that, Major General retired. And then Khumalo at the time had been promoted to a rank of Major General. He was then given the responsibility to be the one who then assumed the role that Major General Ramatswele was performing of leading the team in the province. And of course, he would have been promoted after that to other ranks in the service during this running of this team throughout the project. But in all that, I remain responsible for the work of this political task team, despite the fact that in 2019 I will have moved to the head office, but I still had the responsibility over the work the team was doing. So Khumalo is currently a divisional commissioner at Crime Intelligence, but he still had that responsibility given to him to oversee and coordinate the work of this team.
So then if, I understand it. The appointment to the task team is not dependent on the post occupied by the candidate. It is the candidate that is appointed to the task team who happens at that time to hold a particular position within SAPS. Is that a correct understanding on my part?
That is correct, Commissioner.
In the result that, with the example of General Khumalo, that even as he progresses through the ranks of the SAPS, until eventually he is then appointed divisional commissioner of crime intelligence based in Pretoria, that appointment to the task team is retained and he still discharges that duty.
That is correct, Commissioner. That is the workings of the South African Police Service, that you are given different roles while you are occupying your post. Typical example is that Major General Ramatswele, who was there at the beginning, was stationed at the head office in Pretoria and had his responsibility at the Detective Service Division. They were still carrying out the task while also managing the team on the ground.
And the comprehensive strategy you reference, you have marked MK5 in your statement at paragraph 67. MK5 appears from page 150 of your file 2. You say at 150, it's a summary of the strategy, is that correct? The comprehensive strategy, as you term it.
That is correct.
And is there anything you would like to highlight about this comprehensive strategy? I take it that it is an improved version of the original plan that we spent some time discussing, that was approved by the IMC, am I correct?
That is correct.
Any specific highlights that you would like to make in respect of this document without necessarily going through it page by page?
The highlight that I want to bring to the attention of the commissioners is that, as you're going to be seeing on this document, specifically, I think page 157, you'll notice that even on the document itself, it's got two badges that are reflected there, the one of the South African Police Service, as well as the one of the National Prosecuting Authority. So it then became a joint effort as we put this strategy together, that you could see it is no longer the South African police operating alone. It is now a joint operation to execute this task, and in order to make sure that that which is expected by the IMC is realized.
And I see at your page 157, it's an organogram. You have on the one hand, we hope to be able to project. On the one side, we have Major General S.D. Khumalo, and what appears to be his counterpart, Advocate E. Zungu, and designation given is ADPP.
The head of the NPA in the province, KwaZulu-Natal, was acting at the time, and that was Advocate Zungu, who was the head of the prosecution, who since she is now Advocate Harrison, and she is now not acting but a full-time director of the public prosecution in the province. So she was occupying that position and coordinating with the team and making sure that whatever that is done by the team is coordinated between the two.
So then, to your left, under Advocate Zungu and those blue boxes, is that the contingent from the office of the DPP? You have Advocate Govender, Advocate Ramopa.
On the right side.
On the right side, that's right, yeah, right side. So,
Yes, that is true, commissioners. What you see below Khumalo and Zungu, it's a team from the police as well as the prosecution that work together in carrying out this task.
and is this the integration you speak of when you describe the political killings task team as an integrated multidisciplinary unit?
That is correct, and that is what the IMC were expecting.
That's what the IMC was expecting. You indicated in your first plan, MK4, that you had requested and you had recommended, and it was approved, a budget for the task team. That was, however, for a specific period in 2018. Could you highlight how, since then, the task team has been funded and from which sources?
Commissioner, the team has been funded periodically. Each time we make submission on annual basis, and we envisage that maybe the work that they are doing will most likely be concluded at a specific time. That's why we'll project the operational times. And unfortunately, the workload keep on increasing. And the successes of the team demanded that there's a continuation. That is why our initial request that we requested that this fund be coming from the national office dedicated specifically for this project continues. So each time we make a new submission, we request the new funding, and the funding is allocated and the team continues. Ever since the inception, that's how it's been functioning. It has never touched the budget of provinces or specific units, but it was a specific allocated budget for the team.
You say you make submissions and you seek approval from who? Who do you make the submissions to? Whose approval do you seek?
It's always a national commissioner that will approve the operations of this nature in the South African Police Service. So the different levels, which will include critical, the Chief Financial Officer of the South African Police Service, who must then indicate the availability of funds. At times, we'll get funds not exactly as we ask for. We will ask for 1 rand, they give us 50 cents, typical example. But the CFO has to indicate to the National Commissioner that there is money available to carry out, to finance this project for this period before the National Commissioner can approve that.
And is this process of seeking approval, is it a formal process in a sense that it's reflected in formal documentation of SAPS, or all it takes is a call from yourself as a provincial commissioner to the national commissioner? How does it work?
Commissioners, state money has to be accounted for. So we have to follow a formal process to do this. That's why when we make a submission and the budget is allocated, we'll have started in the middle of the year. We did not foresee what we're going to need in the following year. But as the years progresses, we're able to project that in the following year, we're going to need X amount of money for this. We make a submission. And when the budget is allocated by the CFO, it's going to be declared in the books of the organization as we present before the oversight committees, be it Auditor General of South Africa or the Parliament. They get to know that the specific budget allocated for this project and the outcome of the project is also presented to those structures in order to justify the money spent.
So is it your point that there is a written record that can be obtained for all the approvals sought and granted and the budgets allocated for the task team in each successive year?
That is correct, Commissioner.
Turning then to page 26 of your statement at paragraph 21, you talk about the concept of formation of task teams and how that is normal within the South African Police Services. Could you briefly put us through that?
Commissioner, the establishment of the task team within the South African Police Service, it's a normal operational response that we employ in order to address a specific issue or challenge that we experience in the country. And these task teams are constituted at the provincial level by the discretion of the provincial commissioner. And some of them are initiated in the national level by the discretion and approval of the national commissioner. Political Killings Task Team is one of many of such project-based interventions that we employed in the South African Police Service. I might indicate that we have 11 of them at a national level that I can make a reference to. Political Task Team is one of those projects. There are many others, of which some of them are predating the date when the task team started, that have been in existence in the South African Police Service. Operating in different provinces include Gauteng, Western Cape, Eastern Cape, Mpumalanga, Limpopo, as well as one that is running across all provinces, which is coordinated at national level.
You draw a distinction between what you say is a task team established at provincial level, and you distinguish that from the 11, which you term national priority intervention operations, of which the task team is one. What is the difference between the two categories?
The provincial and national.
No, between this national priority intervention operations, of which the task team is one, and the other task teams established within the various provinces.
In the main, largely, Commissioner, as I said, they are established in order to address a specific problem. What we see in the main is that those that are established at the provincial level don't have a budget. They work from the operational budget that is within the province. There's no specific allocation budget for those. But the ones that are established at the national level will form the priorities of addressing a specific problem in the country, which might be confined to a specific province. And therefore, the national level intervenes. And in majority of the time, or largely, there is funding that comes from the national level for these type of projects. And largely because these national projects will include police officers that are coming from the length and breadth of the country to go to a specific area where the problem exists. So if the problem is here in Gauteng, it might require the mobilization of resources from other provinces to come into Gauteng and work with the Gauteng. That's why the budget has to be made available for that purpose. But one in the provincial level, most likely going to work from home. So you just drive, instead of going to one station, you go to another, you do the work, you go and sleep at home after that. So the one at provincial level does not necessarily have any financial implications.
Okay. In the next few paragraphs, you deal with aspects you have already covered, including the organogram within the task team and the coordinating structure. At page 29, that is the structure we had on the wall. That is the prevailing structure as we speak today.
That is correct. That is what the team is using currently.
You deal from page 30 with the fact that the public killings, political killings, task team, my apologies, operates in KwaZulu-Natal, and at paragraph 83. Say it operates at KwaZulu-Natal and the Eastern Cape under General Khumalo's supervision and directed by the National Steering Committee, the IMC, and the President. Now, one, could you explain what you mean by the first statement that it operates in KwaZulu-Natal and Eastern Cape? If you said its original mandate was to address the political killings within KwaZulu-Natal.
General, before you respond, have you explained to us what the National Steering Committee is? If you have, please forgive me, just repeat what that is.
Commissioner, thank you. If I invite you again to number 80 on my statement that shows the structure, that there is a steering committee that is reflected there. The steering committee, it's a coordination structure that looks at the performance of the team. And this one that is reflected here is at the provincial level. So which means the people who are not necessarily part of the day-to-day operation will come and receive presentation and assess the work that the team is doing and be able to guide if there's errors or challenges that the team is experiencing. So at the provincial level is reflected, we have that, as well as at national level, we had a similar thing as I had indicated earlier on approvals, that will have these deputy national commissioners, including the head of DPCI, who will be signing on the project. So they at the national level will also form a committee that will look at that, because the report must land on the desk of the head of these institutions that are involved, be it the National Director of Public Prosecution, and a national commissioner, Commissioner of Correctional Services, the DG at SSA, Chief of the Defense, and all those entities that falls part of the cluster will receive that presentation before it's presented to the IMC. So that's basically what the steering committees are doing.
Now
Okay.
you may respond to the question that was asked by the evidence leader.
All right,
you,
thank you so much.
Senator.
Commissioner, the political killings task team is referred to all the time as a KwaZulu-Natal political killings task team. It was established, as I said, by the National Commission of Province KwaZulu-Natal and supported by the IMC. I think as a result of how they land in the Eastern Cape, it was a result of their good performance. You will see the success rate that this team have achieved, which then caused a problem for themselves because then the state president had received complaining about incidents that had happened at Fort Hare University in the Eastern Cape, where there seems to have been challenges with regard to the investigation of those incidents that were happening at that university. And there was a direction that this team must also take responsibility on investigating those cases. That's how they landed in the Eastern Cape.
Sorry to interrupt again. At the end of paragraph 93, you actually do make the point about the success of the task team. The last sentence reads, the PKTT thus has a demonstrably unmatched success rate. What I'm interested in is this: what is the comparator? One can only meaningfully talk of unmatched success if there is a stated norm or comparator. What's that comparator?
Commissioner, I will not necessarily be able to give the figures at this present moment, but the detection rate as prescribed has a standard that is set, which is a performance target that both the police investigation in terms of detection rate for the successful prosecution is measured. It appears in our books that we present, which is managed under detective services. And then also the success rate within the NPA themselves, they've got their own measurement target that they have as a department that they account for in terms of their annual performance plan that they throw and present to Parliament every year. So combine the two when you look at how the team performed, both on investigation and detection, successful prosecution, as well as you compare that with a normal investigation work that is done and prosecution that is done by the NPA in courts. And this one, detection and prosecution rate success is higher. We can make those available to the commissioner so we're able to draw comparison.
Thank you, Chair.
I stopped you mid-sentence, General, so you may continue where you were.
Yeah, I realize that the commissioners have read this statement, so it's
And in fact, because the chair jumped a couple of pages ahead to your
Apologies.
conclusion. So yes, I
Apologies,
agree with you,
Advocate
it's
Sello.
demonstrative of that. But then if you could take a step back.
yes.
The issue we're dealing with was that you indicate that this political killings task team was established to deal with political killings in KZN. At your paragraph 83, you then suggest that it currently operates in both KZN and the Eastern Cape. And I wanted to understand how that came about.
As I said, the task team was established and it accounts to the steering committees. So when the direction came that they must go to the Eastern Cape, it will have came through the normal channel, a project leader getting a directive from the steering committee that will have received this directive from the IMC. The IMC will have been requested by the president to see to it that a similar intervention is done in the Eastern Cape. So the IMC felt instead of creating something new, we already have something that looks to be working. They approached the National Commissioner or the National Steering Committee to say, can we move this thing over there and see how it can work? And that's why the initial commission and the steering committee agreed that they are going to direct a project leader to move over there and be able to assist in the Eastern Cape.
Okay. From paragraph 85, you deal with what you term successes of the PKTT. The next couple of pages reflect quite a lot of statistics. Not inviting you to go into the statistics themselves. I think you have persuaded the chair as to the successes of the PKTT. But the issue I would like you to highlight, and I'll take you like paragraph to paragraph. Starting then at paragraph 87, you indicate that from 2018 to date, the task team has been assigned responsibility for approximately 612 dockets. So that's over a span of more than 5 years, about 7 years. It is your description of the dockets set out in paragraph 87, I would like you to spend some time on. You indicate that this includes 333 dockets concerning politically related cases. I think by now we are clear what that could be, like the political killings in KZN. You then say there are 90 parallel cases. Could you explain to us the concept of parallel cases?
The parallel cases, Commissioner, will be cases that are of a high profile that might not necessarily meet the criteria that have been laid out on what the team must focus on. However, they might be of such a significant to the province, largely for us to have a focused investigation on those cases. When the team started, we drew up the category of cases that the team must deal with. Largely were cases that were related to the political killings. But because we understood from the Morana Commission that the motive for these killings in the main were tenders. So, and the people that were affected in the main are the municipal managers, the CFOs of municipalities, and as well as different departments within the provincial government that end up being exposed in these matters because they are not awarding a tender to the place where some people are expecting them to send it to, which might be politically driven. And you'll find that while we are pursuing that, maybe the family relatives of such individuals, they become victims themselves. Typical example, if the CFO or the municipal manager relative is kidnapped or the family is attacked and they were thinking that they are taking the political leader or the CFO or municipal manager, but maybe they attack his family and he's not there at the time. We can see as a province that this looks like was directed at this person. And this person is protected by the work of this team, but the relative is not. But we can see this attack was aimed at getting to this person. So we take that docket and it becomes a parallel docket because it's not listed. That individual who's a victim is not listed as one of the priority people that we must focus on. But because of the sheer involvement of those people in the work that a specific person that we're supposed to be protecting is affected, then we take those and they become parallel.
Then can you distinguish that from what you call ad hoc? Because
Ad
another
hoc,
category is ad hoc cases.
Then the ad hoc cases will be some cases that are. No, I'm Commissioner. You'll pardon me. I mixed the two. The parallel cases, ad hoc cases, the one I'm talking about. Ad hoc, that would be someone related to the person we're looking for, or we're supposed to protect. That is ad hoc. My bad. My apologies for that. Parallel cases, Commissioner, will be a case where a typical example, we're going to find a firearm that is used to murder or attack a high-profile individual who is a political figure or who's within the category of the cases that we're supposed to investigate. But when we take that firearm to forensic for analysis, you discover that that firearm is also linked to other matters that have got nothing to do with this case. Typical example could be a death of a school principal somewhere over something that is unrelated to what we're investigating. But because we now have a firearm and the likelihood is that the suspect that we have on this case and the weapon used is also undergoing another case elsewhere. So we want to bring that case into this team so that we are able to manage both of these cases. Otherwise, there might be conflict of court dates on both sides that will frustrate the work of the team. So we then bring those ad hoc cases that come on board. That is one angle of ad hoc. We have other ad hoc, Commissioner, as police officers go about your policing business, where members will be moving from point A to point B and they see a suspicious vehicle. They will stop that vehicle, and upon searching the car, they will find illicit goods inside, illegal firearms and so forth, and they effect arrest. So they carry the docket as well. Not necessarily it was part of their plan, but by default, because they managed to deal with it. And sometimes they might get critical information that is urgent for them to attend to, and they attend to that, and it produces a docket. So those become part of ad hoc. That's why you see, even on the number, those ad hoc become many as compared to parallel. Parallel, as I said, they are more closer to the cases that are a priority of the team.
Thank you, General. Chair, Commissioners, the rest of the paragraphs following up to the paragraph that the Chair highlighted, where the PKTT claims unmatched success, 93. These are the specific of the statistics. I do not intend to go through those unless there are questions from the commissioners, but the statistics are set out in those paragraphs.
Evidence Leader Silo.
Yes, Commissioner.
Can the General just complete the picture for us in relation to paragraph 87?
87.
What is 87?
Yes.
On page 31. University of Fort Hare and
the traditional
leader investigations, what are those?
You understood the question, General. Just to point out, these will be dealt with in greater detail later, but I think no, for purposes of Commissioner Khumalo's question, let's complete that scene because they are referred to in the same paragraph. We've dealt with parallel cases, we've dealt with ad hoc, but in that paragraph as well speaks of 18 University of Fort Hare cases and 51 traditional leaders investigations. So could you briefly explain to us what is meant by 18 University of Fort Hare cases and how they come to be part of the task team mandate, as well as the 51 traditional leaders investigations?
Thank you, Commissioner. The Commissioner did take us to the last sentence on paragraph 93, which reads that the political task team killings task team thus has a demonstrably unmatched success rate. It is this success that brings about these interventions, as we had reflected also on paragraph 83. When the crisis is observed at a particular area by the executive authority, and a request is then made for the intervention in that front. So in this case, I did indicate that previously how the team landed in the Eastern Cape, specifically at University of Fort Hare. That's why you see the total number of cases that the team has been dealing with at Fort Hare University, 18 in total, which was mainly also attempted murders as a result of corruption within the university. The request as a result of the pressure from the traditional leadership that themselves were experiencing attacks largely in KwaZulu-Natal province. And that influence, I believe, the President of the Republic to approach the executive IMC in order to direct them to also pay special attention on this incident that not only affecting political leaders, but also affecting traditional leaders, specifically in KwaZulu-Natal province. So as a result, through the IMC and the steering committee, the team was then given the responsibility to also investigate cases that are involving the attacks and deaths of traditional leaders in our province of KwaZulu-Natal. So that's why you see that total 51, which was also in addition to the work of the team.
So in essence, the original mandate of the political killings task team, as I understand you, was expanded to include the two issues you speak of, the University of Fort Hare and traditional leaders.
That is correct. That is
And
correct.
can you indicate for the record who extended that mandate?
So it's a mandate that to be directed by the IMC after approaching the steering committee, and then the steering committee through the National Commissioner will then direct the team to take over that responsibility.
And just then for, I guess, my own edification to conclude, particularly in the Eastern Cape, the mandate, so far as Eastern Cape is concerned, the extension of the mandate is specifically to the University of Fort Hare cases, such that once completed, the political killings task team would not have a role in the Eastern Cape.
That is correct. I must indicate, Commissioner, that the team being moved from KZN to focus on the Eastern Cape, it did not necessarily mean that there is a complete new budget that is allocated for that purpose. So they had to do that work with the same budget that we did not plan for originally, that we planned to do the work in KZN, but they use the same budget to also move to the Eastern Cape to do the work.
Thank you, General. Chair, I see my junior points out that it's 13, it's 2 after 13. The issue, I was hoping to finish this particular topic so I can start a new one at 2 o'clock, but that would eat into your lunch and perhaps on the first day it's uncalled for.
Are you able to estimate how long you
3
will take
minutes.
with it?
3 minutes, Chair. Thank you.
Only if it is 3 minutes.
3 minutes. Then if you could just conclude on this topic, because the next main one will be dealing with touches on other issues. I want to refer you to paragraph 96, page 35 of your statement, and together with paragraph 98. My question is, what is the status in terms of the approvals thus far granted? What was the status of the political killings task team in the financial year 2024-2025? And what is the current status in the year 2025 to 2026? I ask that question mindful of the minister's letter of the 31st of December 2024, which we'll be engaging with. I'm asking from the perspective of submissions and seeking approval for the continuation of the mandate of the task team. So if we could start then with 96 and you explain to the commission what the status was then at the time that the approval was sought and what the status is now, and that would be at paragraph 98.
Commissioner, as I alluded to before, that the offices of the Deputy National Commissioners also engages on recommending the approval of the work of the team. Last year, on the 16th of April, through the submission that was made for the political killings task team to continue with its work in KwaZulu-Natal for the period of 12 months, which was a financial year, and also to request the approval of the budget for that purpose, and also recommending that we retain Lieutenant General Khumalo, despite the fact that he is now appointed as a Divisional Commissioner of Crime Intelligence, but retain him to coordinate to project lead or project manage this political killings task team. And that submission went to the National Commissioner, of course, via different levels within the National Office, of which one of them that I want to highlight, that the Deputy National Commissioner, Lieutenant General Sibia, who is currently the Deputy National Commissioner, Crime Detection, received this submission and he recommended the deployment of, or the continuing deployment of this team and the funding thereof, as well as the approval, recommendation for the approval of Lieutenant General Kumalo to be a project manager for this team for the period 2025 to 2024 to 2025. And this submission was made to the National Commissioner via the CFO who allocated the funds, and the National Commissioner approved as such. So an approval was granted in April last year, which an approval will have lasted until the end of the financial year, which is March 2025. So that's what has happened in the previous year.
And just to complete perhaps that point, because you do refer to the document at paragraph 96, MK6, it's a document appearing at page 171 of the bundle. And I would like just quickly refer you to page 174 thereof. Again, it's that signature page, an overleaf culminating in, I think, the National Commissioner's signature. Is that the document that you say reflects Lieutenant General Sibia's signature in support of the continuation of the task team for the financial year 2024-2025?
That is correct, Commissioner. The signatures sitting on that page is that one of the project manager, Lieutenant General Kumalo, Lieutenant General Sibia is the Deputy National Commissioner Crime Detection, as well as CFO, who's the Lieutenant General Dimpane of the service.
And lastly, then I referred you to paragraph 98, and now that deals with the year 2025-2026. Just to make the point, don't have to discuss it, that you indicate that it would appear from the document that funds are available for continuation, but final approval is still awaited from the National Commissioner for the 2025-2026 year.
That is correct, Commissioner. I must indicate that the 2024-2025 was for a financial year. Financial year ended in March 2025. April, May, and June, the National Commissioner had approved the task team to continue its work, albeit a reduced scale. So they remained on deployment doing the work during that 3 months that which preceded the expiry of the financial year. After that, on the 23rd of July, there was a new submission this year to the National Commissioner requesting an approval of the fund for the extended period, not for the few months. The one of April, May, June was only for a few months, but we requested an extension of a longer period, which is going to end next year, the end of the financial year. That request that was submitted to the National Commissioner requesting that further extension, as well as made a submission also to the CFO. Approval has been granted by the National, the approval of this work of the team has been granted by the National Commissioner. The team is now fully deployed to do the work.
But with reference to paragraph 98, your conclusion is that the final approval by the National Commissioner is awaited for the year, for the remainder of the financial year 2025-2026. Is that correct?
Yeah, the final approval by the National Commissioner was awaited on completion of the statement. Commissioner, I remember I'm confined to this, but because I'm a police officer, part of the operation, I'm now privy to the fact that there is financial indication also that was done by CFO on the budget that can be made available to allow us to continue with the work.
So we may make the note that for 2025-26 financial year, it's also approved, the continuation of the task team.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I ate into your lunch. I complete that part of the testimony.
Thank you. Thank you, General. Thank you, Advocate Sololo. Let us resume. Let us resume at 2 p.m.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
I'll be with him here. It's the same, eh? I will sit with him here. Yeah. What don't get 2 hours here, no? Because we can have salon at the salon. Look, what's a
Or in case those watching might think I'm sending a private message to the, to the general, I was just asking the commission secretary to find out if the general is comfortable with the temperature. That's what it's about. Yes, yes, Advocate.
Thank you, Chair. I tried to resist the temptation of asking whether that question will be directed to us as well, but clearly it's not forthcoming. We are ready, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mkhwanazi, we are back with your statement. When we parted before lunch, we had just finished the topic on the financing and funding of the political task team. We have made a note that you updating your statement at paragraph 98, it ended up with a statement to the effect that for the 2025-2026 financial year, final approval by the National Commissioner is awaited. Your testimony was that that approval has since been granted. We shall note that for the record. I invite us to then turn to the next topic that follows in your statement, starting at page 36. You headed involvement of the PKTT in the Gauteng counterintelligence operation. In the first few paragraphs of your statement, and if you could follow the orders you have set them out in your statement, you provide a general background to what you will eventually speak to, which is the actual involvement of the task team in that operation. So if you could start from paragraph 99 with the events of the 17th of April, 2024. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I will start with the incident that happened, which I had presented before the South Africans on the 6th of July, was that a shooting incident that occurred, which led into the death of an employee of a Q-Tech engineering company that is based in Vereeniging in Gauteng, where a late Mr. Aman Swart was killed while he was in his vehicle outside the workplace. What we understand is that the subsequent to that shooting, which was involving the Transnet contracts, it seems to have involved organized crime, and to some degree it had involved police corruption, which had posed the risk to the investigation team that was dealing with that incident. So I was advised that the organized crime unit, which had taken over that investigation, were operating under the leadership of the Deputy Provincial Commissioner in Gauteng, who is responsible for investigation, and that is Major General Khumalo. And this investigation became part of the wider investigation which took place subsequent to that incident in Gauteng, which it is called the Gauteng Counterintelligence Operation, GCI Ops. After the shooting incident that occurred in April 2024, 3 suspects were arrested as a result of that investigation. Amongst the 3 suspects, or the names of the 3 suspects, one of them at the time was a police officer, Michael Puletau. He was arrested together with 2 individuals, Musa Kekana as well as Tiago Floyd Deni Mabusela. So the charges that were leveled against them, they varied from murder, conspiracy, attempted murder, possession of suspected stolen property, as well as the possession of unlicensed firearm and ammunition. Through forensic analysis, those firearms were linked with multiple other murders other than the one that occurred of Mr. Swart. So when the forensic analyzed these firearms, it just strengthened the case against the accused and exposing these accused to a wider syndicate, which had significant access to finance and at times, because there were a lot of money that were being paid for the jobs that they were doing. I'm told that when the SAPS had to appear in court on this arrest of the three, they did everything possible to oppose bail of these suspects. But unfortunately, Mr. Puleta was later granted bail. And the reason he has cited at the time was his health condition. And this sparked grave concern amongst investigators, as well as the prosecution team, because they started fearing their lives and the threat towards their lives started escalating. And those threats were coming verbally, in some instances, physical intimidations. And at times, I'm told that they were being followed as they were moving around. As I said, this suspect was a police officer at the time. So upon his release, he resigned from the service immediately. In August,
Apologies, General, you say upon his release, or is it upon his release on bail?
on bail, upon his release on bail, when he had made an application citing health reasons, and he was released on bail, he resigned from the police. So his resignation was kept out as dishonorable from the service.
Thank you.
So as a result, in August, Ms. Kutsie, who's a senior prosecutor, directed a correspondence to the head of the team that was investigating at the time, a team of organized crime, which was led by a Brigadier Hopape, who was heading the organized crime in Gauteng province, as well as her commander, which is the Deputy Provincial Commissioner, Crime Detection, Major General Kumalo. And that correspondence was also addressed to the Provincial Commissioner of Gauteng, Lieutenant General Mtombe. The same correspondence was addressed to the Deputy National Commissioner, Crime Detection, Lieutenant General Sibia, and the National Commissioner was a recipient of the same correspondence. So in this correspondence, Ms. Kutsie, who is a senior public prosecutor, formally expressed the threats being faced by the investigating team, by those that are accused of the crime of murder of Mr. Swart, together with the associates that are involved. And the advocate requested an urgent protection for two investigators that are part of the investigation team.
Before you proceed, you reference a letter there which you have annexed as MK8. Can we perhaps, as you go through that part of the testimony, turn to the actual annexure? MK8 chair starts at page 181 of file 2. And perhaps in addressing the concerns raised by Mrs. Kutsie, it might be appropriate to read some aspects of the letter. She has itemized the issues, and I would like to refer you specifically to some. to buttress the evidence you just given. Do you have the letter before you?
Yes, Commissioner, I have the letter.
If you could start from paragraph 4 to 6 of Mrs. Kotie's letter. And read that into the record, sorry. My
Okay,
apologies.
Commissioner, on this letter from the Ms. Kutsie, the prosecutor, paragraph 4 reads, I quote, investigations have also revealed that the assassination is directly linked to whistleblowing to the hotline of Transnet, which involved millions of rands of corrupt activities. Paragraph 5, the investigation also revealed that the firearms used during commission of the assassination and found in their positions are linked to multiple assassinations and serious violent crime scenes. Paragraph 6 reads that the cell phones linkage investigation have revealed high-profile organized crime and crime scene planning. End quote.
And these are some of the concerns that Mrs. Kotie raised. If I refer you to the next page of the same letter, that speaks to the bail application that was granted in respect of former police officer, Mr. Tau.
Sorry, you will have
Yes.
to repeat that
Yes, Chair.
at a later stage. General, also read paragraph 3 into the record, please.
Thanks, Commissioner. Paragraph 3 of this letter reads as follows. The investigation has proven that all 3 accused are involved in a serious organized crime syndicate, of which almost R1 million was offered for the assassination in this regard.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for pointing it out. It's an important aspect. It's one that the next witnesses in particular will concentrate on, and we appreciate that it be brought to the fore. Getting back to the issue then, General, at page 183, item 10. Item 10 concerns the bail application that you referenced. Let me start here. It's correct that that was the bail application in which Mr. Officer Dau was successful. Is that correct?
That is correct.
It was the same bail application. Was it the same bail application in respect of the other 2 accused in that matter? Would you know?
Because I was not part of it, I was reading from the letter.
Okay.
Yes.
Now then, just paragraph 10 seems to reflect concerns regarding how the magistrate dealt with that application. So if I may request you to read that into the record.
The entire paragraph 10 reads as follows. As a letter from Ms. Kutsie, the Senior Prosecutor, Regional Court, Vereeniging. The magistrate, for some bizarre and unexplainable reason, decided to grant Tau bail of 10,000 rand and place him under house arrest. The reality of the situation is that there is nobody who can watch over him 24/7 to ensure that he does in fact comply with the conditions. It is actually unenforceable. The prosecution has already spoken to the DPP to appeal the decision of the magistrate. And we just await the typed court recordings of the bail application to be present to the DPP to file the appeal.
And paragraph 11 and 13 then of the same letter on the same page specifically address the issues regarding Officer Tau. So if you could just proceed to read those 2.
Paragraph 11 reads, the investigation has revealed that Tau is one of the main organizers behind these organized crime syndicates. His release on bail has intensified the danger of the safety of the investigation team, especially Mbele and Sithole, who are the people who made statements in the case and they were the well-known faces who attended every court session. Mbele has been identified as the investigating officer, as she has presented detailed sworn statement to oppose the first and the second bail application. During the first few court sessions, the investigation team was actually followed from the court building, and many threats have been made inside the courtroom by the family and friends. And threats have been received via informers and even from the high-ranking police officer in the Val area, in the Val Rand area. Paragraph 13 reads, Tau clearly has a very large support system and large amount of money are spent to obtain the best and most expensive advocates. The money is clearly coming from the syndicate as all three accused are currently unemployed.
And lastly, then, in paragraphs 14 and 15, Mrs. Gosia addresses the question of how the investigations have been conducted. And lastly, the state. Apologies, I'm not on record. I'll have to start again. I request you to then turn to paragraphs 14 and 15. And the first speaks to Mrs. Gosia's view on how the case is progressing and it's been conducted. And 15 speaks to the danger that is now confronted, that now confronts the detectives.
14, Commissioner, reads as follows. The case is brilliantly investigated and the accused are 100% connected to all the charges against them. They obviously face long terms of imprisonment as well as defined life sentence for the assassination. Number 15 reads, from the above mentioned, it is clear that the lives of the investigating officers are currently in grave danger, as well as the safety of police dockets.
And I see at 16, final paragraph, it's a direct now request to the addressees in that letter.
The specific address request that is on this letter, Commissioner, on paragraph 16 reads, you are requested to urgently arrange for the safeguarding of especially Mbele and Sithole. There is a real danger that their lives are in extreme danger as these organized criminals will do everything in their ability to try and destroy the evidence against them and or to seriously derail the trial. It has just now become so much easier without having unlimited access to technology and his syndicate's friends and family.
Thank you. From paragraph 105 of your statement, then at page 36, you then deal with what transpired after receipt of this letter, particularly from General Khumalo's perspective, if you could pick it up from there.
Commissioner, I had mentioned that General Khumalo, who was the leader or was a project manager of the political task team in KZN, had been appointed as a divisional commissioner of crime intelligence. Through the formal sub-channels, the request that was provided to the head of investigation in the province, which is also a Major General Khumalo, that Khumalo requested crime intelligence, which fell under a Major General Lekalakala in Gauteng, who is responsible for crime intelligence in Gauteng, was requested to conduct the threat assessment as a result of this letter. And the threat assessment was then assigned to Colonel Ntuli, who works under crime intelligence. Colonel Ntuli's findings were that the risk was high and they recommended 24-hour protection. In addition to what Colonel Ntuli requested was that Lieutenant General Khumalo need to be informed. And after General Khumalo is the head of crime intelligence, who was responsible for this threat assessment, after he was informed, the case, this resulted into the case being moved to the national office, and therefore the counterintelligence had to be involved, which then resulted into the case within counterintelligence of crime intelligence being registered to run parallel to this case of Vereeniging. So Lieutenant Jaro Kumalo, as the head of crime intelligence, after being briefed about this threat, he then tasked counterintelligence to register a case so they can run an investigation parallel to what was sitting in court already in Vereeniging.
And then your paragraph 106, you basically summarize what you have read into the record from Ms. Coetzee letter. And at paragraph 107, you summarize the impact of the claims by Ms. Coetzee in her letter. And if you could take the commission through that.
Given the apparent association of the SAPS officials of all ranks with persons who are subject of investigation, the threat made against investigators and allegations that were leveled against the magistrate of bribery established links to members of the cartel that were under investigation, a growing concern of infiltration of police, and the reduction of the investigation team, which at the time there were 5 members and they were reduced to 2.
May I interrupt you, and I do apologize. A bit of a misstep. I skipped paragraph 106, which actually reflects information you subsequently obtained over and above what Mrs. Coetzee complained of. And you indicate that through the investigative efforts involving now counterintelligence, you came to learn of other information. So if I can ask that we take a step back to paragraph 106, my mistake, I apologize.
Yes, Commissioner, in this paragraph, I was trying to indicate, which I in time came to learn, that through the investigation, that the challenges, various challenges were experienced by the investigation team, which will include the deliberate omission of crucial information which the detectives were expecting to come from forensic services. Forensic services is within the police, who are charged with the responsibility of assisting the investigators with analysis of those firearms that were found. So these investigators of this organized crime team, they started experiencing the omission of some critical information that the forensic service is supposed to be providing to them. And not only that, these investigators will start interacting, will be invited to some meetings by senior officials in the South African Police Service, who then started engaging on the case that these members were investigating. And amongst those engagements they started having with senior officers within the South African Police Service, I must indicate that those engagements were not necessarily largely in Gauteng province, as these members were working under Gauteng province, but they were invited by senior officers at the head office of detective services. At times there were monies, bribes that were offered to them, and not to oppose bail. In some cases that involved Dow, especially in the main. And so the detectives in the course of the investigation, they felt threatened as these engagements that were happening with the senior officers seems to indicate that there is a high level of connection between the accused or the suspects and senior officials within the police at the head office in the main within detective environment. Moreover, during the period of the incarceration and while on bail, the accused, who's a former police officer, a former detective, Michael Puletau, had made threats against the very same investigation team.
Before
Yes, Chair.
the general proceeds, Advocate Sillo. As you are aware, the ordinary rules of evidence applicable in court proceedings do not apply to this commission
Indeed, Chair.
in terms of the commission's regulations. But I would imagine that that notwithstanding, the probative value of the evidence may be negatively impacted. A lot of the evidence in this context is hearsay. Must we assume that down the line it will be corroborated?
In fact, that answer is part answered by the next paragraph, which is what I jumped to. So if I can permit him to conclude, he will then speak of his source of the information, and then I can address the question of the availability of the source. to
Thank you,
provide.
thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So then, General, that leads us into paragraph 107. So if you could summarize that paragraph 107, and you, in that narrative, disclose your source of information, of the information you just set out before the commissioners.
Commissioner, as I said earlier, that Lieutenant General Khumalo was the Divisional Commissioner of Crime Intelligence. Major General Likalakala was the head of intelligence, or is a head of intelligence in Gauteng province. Colonel Duli worked under Likalakala. So Duli conducted threat assessment, and subsequent to that, Lieutenant General Khumalo at the division is informed. General Khumalo established an investigation, a registered investigation under counterintelligence, which runs parallel to this in order to establish this threat, to try and investigate it further. But when these threats were presented to him towards these two detectives that were remaining in the team, he then felt that it is important for a special intervention to be made in order to protect these two investigators. So it is for that reason that General Khumalo felt that he needs to request support from law enforcement who falls outside Gauteng province in order to make sure that the work of these two detectives is protected parallel to the work that he already started from counterintelligence.
And then if you could take it through to paragraph 108, then I will get back to the chairperson's question.
Yeah. Commissioner, the assistant that was required by General Khumalo was of a highly specialized team that was to be deployed in Gauteng to assist in order to ensure that the investigation advanced swiftly. I can indicate, as I said earlier, that Lieutenant General Khumalo requested that a team of members from KwaZulu-Natal Political Killings Task Team be seconded to his investigation team, which was a Gauteng counterintelligence operations, in order to assist with the investigation. So he was specific as he was asking when he contacted me over the phone. In that request, when he was discussing with me, he ought to have explained the reason behind this. Counterintelligence is a more of a covert operation. So it is the work that ordinarily we don't account to in an open portfolio committee in the police, but through the Joint Standing Committee, that's how they account. So he gave me the explanation that will justify why he needs this specialization to come and assist.
If I may then refer the chairperson, at paragraph 107, read with 108, those two paragraphs speak to an engagement and a direct request by Lieutenant General Khumalo to General Mkhwanazi regarding assistance. Thank you, Chair. And having pointed that out, if you could just skip to paragraph 156 and 157. And in the context of where the witness started describing the nature of his testimony and perhaps evidence that would be available to the commission. 156, he makes the point that the bulk of the information that informs the work of the commission relies on ongoing investigations, and as such cannot be disclosed publicly, as this would adversely affect these investigations. Having pointed that out, however, at 157, he gives assurance to the commission that full disclosure of all relevant facts will be made at subsequent in-camera hearings. So to your question, there will be corroboration. It will just be a question of the extent to which that would be held in public or in camera. Because of the possibility of some of it being in camera, I'm not in a position to say as to which witness will be available for that session.
Yes. General Mkhwanazi,
Yes.
what you speak to in paragraph 106, what you're detailing there, is this information that you received in the course of formal engagements with whoever the sources are, or it's informal? I just want to know where do we place it?
Commissioner, when I raised the issue of the engagement that I had with Lieutenant General Khumalo, as is outlined on paragraph 108, where he called me and asking for assistance, he then explained what led into him asking. Hence, I bring those
Thank you.
on 106.
Thank you, Chair. You spoke of two detectives in paragraph 107, but I think you overlooked an important aspect regarding the two detectives. Would you like to highlight that?
I must indicate that, Commissioner, there were 5 altogether. And what made this threat to be high was because there was a reduction of the number of investigators into that case of Vereeniging from 5 to 2. Well, of course, we don't know the reasons as to what led into that. So part of the threat was that the team that was busy with this investigation felt that they can protect themselves because there's quite a lot of them, but suddenly they are reduced to 2. And that made them feel more vulnerable. And as a result, and in part, the death threats were made on them. And there was also this growing concern about infiltration of the police, which might have led into the reduction of these number of detectives that are deployed.
Let's turn then to the request made to you by Lieutenant General Khumalo. Could you give a brief description of the nature of the request?
Commissioner, Lieutenant General Khumalo, if you remember, if you recall, I mentioned earlier that he has been with the political killings task team from inception in 2018. So he understands the methodology of operations that we are running within the political task team and different disciplines and expertise that are sitting there. The commissioner made a reference to paragraph 93 about the achievement of the team, which has been reflected on the successes that they've made over time. So he was well aware that if anyone that is going to be able to have the 2 detectives from Gauteng, they better come from that team because it's well equipped and he understands how they operate. So that's why he approached me and he asked me if I can release some of these investigators to come to Gauteng so they can assist.
And how many did he request and for what purpose?
He requested 10 of them and they had specific purpose that they were going to, specific roles they were going to play. Amongst the 10 will include a commander that was going to be in charge of the team, the analyst that were going to assist the team, the investigators, including the digital forensic investigators, ballistic analysts, crime scene experts, as well as a designated firearm officer and cell phone data analysis. These are all the disciplines that he was specific on, considering that there were cell phones and there were firearms that were involved in this investigation, and he needed to have all these people that will assist with the investigation.
And what was your response to the request by General Kumalo?
I granted approval for him. I must indicate, in me granting approval for the team to go, as I said earlier, it was over the phone communication between me and him. And he was requesting because he had already registered a covert investigation. So when you do covert investigation in normal sense of things, you don't throw out written correspondences that can be traced because then it will be known that these are the people that are moving to this direction to do the work. So they moved and fell under that covert operation, and they went to Gauteng. That was between me and him, of course. The general is reporting at the national level, I'll assume, as he's going to appear before the commission, he will be able to explain the level of engagement that he was having with the National Commission in this regard.
And at paragraph 112, you point out a significant point regarding their deployment.
Yeah, that's correct. The 10 members from the political killings task team.
You're at 111.
Or due to the sensitive nature of the identities, as I said, because they were involved in the covert operations, therefore, I cannot be able to indicate the identities of the 12, who are they, but we have them on record. Maybe during the in-camera discussion, we might, if need be, discuss that.
So we're at a point now where you have approved the deployment of the 10 task team members to the Gauteng counterintelligence ops. Upon being released and accepted into GCI ops, what becomes of these 10 people? How do they operate?
GCI ops being the project that is running in Gauteng, the 10 members from the political killing task team became part of the operation, the GCI operation. So they then operated under the banner of the GCI ops Gauteng.
I take it that in that role, there would then be dockets in the normal course of police work and investigations. Is that correct?
That is correct, commissioners. You'll recall that Vereeniging incident had happened, and it was part of the organized crime Gauteng, where these threats originated from. A parallel investigation established by counterintelligence from the division side, and all these dockets that were registered in this project in Gauteng, they fell under Gauteng province, and KZN had no business on it. But because the 10 members that came to Gauteng are coming from KZN, they became part of that investigation, and those case dockets belong to Gauteng province. They're not under KwaZulu-Natal.
So you say they were not under KwaZulu-Natal. Could it be said that could the political killings task team claim ownership of those dockets that were being investigated under the GCI ops with the assistance of the 10 task team members?
No, negative, Commissioner. The members, when they left KwaZulu-Natal, they only left with their tactical equipment only. The investigation that was conducted in KwaZulu-Natal remained with the political killing task team in KwaZulu-Natal. So the 10 that moved to Gauteng, they moved similar to the group that had moved to Fort Hare in Eastern Cape. So they did not go with dockets. Those that went to Eastern Cape had gone there without dockets. They registered dockets in Eastern Cape. It became Eastern Cape dockets. Although the team kept them because they were working the team, that project was not under Eastern Cape, it was under the political task team, so they kept those dockets in the team. But the one in Gauteng, there were already dockets in Gauteng under the GCI operations. The team only arrived in Gauteng without any case docket, and they joined the investigation already that is running in Gauteng. So the dockets in Gauteng did not fall under the political killings task team, they remained the Gauteng dockets.
You, at 114, you talked to the integration of the 10 task team members into the GCI ops operation. Can you talk to that? At 114.
At 114, I can indicate, commissioners, that, as I said earlier, the methodology that was used by the team in KZN, the team brought that to this Gauteng operation, which was incorporated in Gauteng, which then led into the arrest of one Mr. Katiso Molefe, who was arrested, became the fourth suspect on the Vereeniging murder case. And that also included the execution of a search and seizure warrant at the property of another individual, Mr. Vusmus Ket Matlala. Both those operations, they were running on the same day, on the 6th of December, 2024, in Gauteng.
So, if, to check my understanding, and in particular in relation, for example, to the arrest of Mr. Katiso Molefe, you suggest that the task team members were involved in that operation, they were a part of that operation, but they were not doing so as falling under the auspices of the task team. They were falling under GCI ops. Is my understanding correct?
It is correct. If I can maybe request, Commissioner, as we have done, when we call the members political killings task team. So this is a group of members that are part of the team, or some of them are coming from Limpopo, some of them are coming from Cape Town, some of them from other provinces, and from different disciplines, be it crime intelligence, be it detective and forensic, but they are not referred to as Limpopo, they are not referred to as forensic, they are referred to as a political killings task team. So the 10, upon leaving KZN, they put aside the title of being a political killings task team, and they wore the badge of being a Gauteng counterintelligence operation. So going forward, we'll then talk about the Gauteng organized crime investigative team operation that was running. So that is the title that they would be carrying, knowing that they are coming from wherever they come from, but they are now a Gauteng organized crime operation team.
So then at paragraph 115, you suggest to leave these issues at this juncture, explaining that General Kumalo will in due course testify to these facts.
That is true, Commissioner. It's for that reason that I'm saying that this was Lieutenant General Kumalo running operation under his profile or portfolio as crime intelligence, not as a project leader for the political killings task teams. Therefore, he will come and explain more of what this operation is all about.
You next specifically make reference to two arrests. The arrest of, the heading of your subject is arrest of Molefe and Madlanga. And you deal with a number of issues pertaining to these arrests. I would like us to go through that, starting at paragraph 116.
Commissioner, the heading here says arrest of Molefe and Madlanga. Because we are covering, we had said earlier on paragraph 114 that there was a search and seizure at Madlanga, but not the arrest. That was on the 6th. But as we work on this paragraph going down, we're going to reflect the arrest of Madlanga, which then occurred later. That's why the heading reads arrest of both Molefe and Madlanga. As I said, Commissioner, that General Kumalo, Lieutenant General Kumalo, as a project leader, as a person who had asked me to release members to go and assist, we therefore remain in contact, communication between me and him, partly mainly because I needed to get a regular feedback about these members that he had requested for, because I needed to establish the extent, the duration that these members are going to remain in this team. So we had to keep in contact and updating me on what was happening. And the main reason is because the members still had to execute the task of KZN as it was given to them, which will include some of the work that was done in the Eastern Cape. But they were withdrawn to come and support him in Gauteng. So I did not want that prolonged deployment of theirs to have an impact on the work of the task team in KZN. That's why we had that continuous communication in order to be able to know what is going on. So, commissioners, that's why I'm saying that it was necessary for this communication in order for me to be able to know the duration of this operation. And that is why then during this engagement between me and him, he will constantly update me about the work that the GCI ops were doing in Gauteng. And he then outlined to me that on the 6th of December last year, the members that the operation GCI ops in Gauteng resulted in the arrest of Mr. Molefe, as well as the search and seizure and the questioning of Mr. Madlanga. Both of them were accused. One was accused of murder on Vereeniging, and the other one was questioned with regard to the kidnapping of one Mr. Jerry Boshoga. So I am advised, Commissioner, that soon after Molefe's arrest and charge for murder and conspiracy to commit murder, after that charges were leveled against him, there's been further charges that is also be included on Mr. Molefe. Mr. Madlanga was questioned in December, but only to be arrested in May this year, where he was arrested on 3 counts of attempted murder as well as conspiracy to commit murder. So both of these such individuals have now formally been charged with serious offenses for which harsh sentences will probably be imposed by the law if proven. So it is my considered view that the secondment of these 10 members from the political killings task team was correct. The decision that we made to release them have got us a result in terms of assisting in dealing with the organized crime and also to satisfying the concerns that were raised by the senior prosecutor, Advocate Kutsie, when she wrote a letter and raising a concern with regard to the work of the investigators on the Vereeniging case.
So in terms of, yes, sir.
Just
Yes,
a moment,
Commissioner.
Advocate Silla. General, the secondment of the 10 members of the task team, what became of it? Is it still in place? Are they still seconded?
Commissioner, the members are still on the ground. The operation is still ongoing. The very same Gauteng counterintelligence operation is the one that led to the arrest of Mr. Molefe again. It's the one that led into the arrest of Mr. Madlanga. it's a team that today, as we sit here, has been part of the opposing of the bail of Mr. Madlanga, which was denied by court today.
Thank you, Commissioner. So now, on our timeline, we've come up to the 6th of December 2024 with the arrest of Mr. Molefe and the search and seizure warrant being executed on Mr. Madlanga and questioning both of them regarding the kidnapping of one Mr. Jerry Bushocha. We go overleaf at page 43 of your statement, and that the topic there is headed the disestablishment of the PKTT. And your first paragraph there precedes with the wording on or about the 2nd of January 2025. Before you address yourself to that, the last date we had was the 6th of December that you speak of. The next is the 2nd of January. At that time, did anything of importance arise or occur that you'd like to bring to the chair's attention? Not what you subsequently learned had happened, but any other issue you'd like to address.
Commissioners, the 2nd of January 2021, I cannot recall the exact time, I received,
No, not 2021.
2nd of January 2025, beg your
Yes.
pardon. I received a WhatsApp message from a friend who sent me what looks like a letter that was signed by the Minister of Police disestablishing the political killings task team.
You say in that paragraph that you had not received formal communication in this regard.
That is true, Commissioner. I had not received any communication from anyone with regard to the disestablishment of the team.
So you established on the 2nd of something that had transpired involving the task team before the 2nd, but you did not do so formally. You learned through a friend, so you say.
That is correct, Commissioner. I learned through a WhatsApp message with a copy of the letter that was sent by a friend.
What were the implications what was your understanding of the implications of the letter that you received? What is the notion of the disestablishment of the task team, and what are the implications thereof?
Well, the implications were going to be severe, Commissioner, because this is a team that was formed in 2018, where the executive or the head of the executive, which is the president of the country, was involved. A group of ministers, which we refer to as the interministerial committee, were overseeing the work of this team. Different steering committees that were charged with the responsibility to oversee the work of the team, as well as, more importantly, the budget, the financial cost that was given to the team. But most critical, Commissioners, are the investigations that some of them were already in court and some of them were underway, and the clients, which is the community out there, the victims of crime, the families of the victims of crime that needed closure with regard to the work that the team was doing, were going to be affected by this letter. That's why I was surprised, because getting it from a private person who's not involved in police operations was a surprise.
And
Before, I'm sorry.
yes, Chair.
Before you go on, did the minister have the power to disband the PKTT? If he did, where did the power derive from?
Commissioner, when I started earlier, I had outlined, invited the commissioners to read the sections of the Constitution of the Republic on the role of the minister or the member of cabinet, which is the minister of police.
I remember the main thing you stated was that the minister creates or stipulates the policy. That's the main thing I heard. So that's why I'm now asking the question, because
Yes.
I don't think disbanding the PKTT would be something relating to policy.
No, definitely, that is the only authority that the Minister of Police has in terms of policy and direction, but not on operational matters. That's what, it's another implication of the letter as it was signed by the minister talking to the operational works of the police.
I may be going ahead of where you and Advocate Sello SC are, but I'm interested to know why there would then have been compliance with the instruction to disband if, as you say, this did not fall within the remit of the minister.
Commissioner, I had indicated when I presented since this morning that the team was funded and the finance was running up until the end of the financial year, which is the 30th of March, 2025. So the letter comes in between that. I've indicated the success rate of the team and the fact that there were still cases that were in court. And a matter of fact, as the Interministerial Committee continuously receiving reports, I think the last report will have been given to them in September of 2023, prior to the national elections. That was the last time that executive interacted with the team. So the letter coming up on the 2nd of January, written in this fashion, it created a bit of a problem for me because I did not understand the background where it comes from. But I guess as we go through with the investigation, we will be able to express some of the challenges that we experience as a result of that letter.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Perhaps, and then to just close up that point, you have attached the letter itself to your statement. You make reference to that at paragraph 128 at page 44. It is annexure MK9 and it starts at page 184 of file 2. So why don't we go to the letter and in concluding perhaps your answer to the chair. Looking at the letter, if we go to the second page, I see it is signed by the Minister of Police, Mr. Mkhwanazi. It's dated the 31st of December 2024. Is that the letter that you say you received on the 2nd through a friend, through on WhatsApp communication?
That is correct.
Okay, looking at that letter, I see it covers 3 major issues. The first, and they're numbered. First relates to the filling of posts in the intelligence division. Is that an aspect that is relevant to your operations, both as a political killings task team or as the provincial commissioner? Would that fall within your remit? Item 1.
The filling of vacancies of crime intelligence.
Yes.
It is a responsibility of the divisional commissioner, who is Lieutenant General Khumalo, together with the National Commission. However, the crime intelligence in each province ought to have the leader,
Yes.
which provides services to the province. So therefore, in that, it will affect me as a provincial commissioner.
Now, based on this letter, were you directly impacted by the instruction to suspend the filling of posts within the intelligence division in KZN specifically? Were you directly impacted? By you, I mean the province and you.
Yes, commissioners, the impact of this is severe. We already have been trying to put some reforms within crime intelligence in order to respond to the growing crime levels that we're experiencing in the country. You'll recall, Commissioner, in 2021, July unrest, and subsequent to that, the Human Rights Commission that was that conducted hearing. The level of intelligence or the poor performance of intelligence was highlighted during the Human Rights Commission, and the recommendation was that we need to improve in this regard. So therefore, for us not to fill up vacancies that are critical within the space was going to have an impact in our efforts to fight crime and maintaining public order in the province of KwaZulu-Natal.
The next item is under 2, it's headed ports of entry. My reading of that part of the letter is that the minister was calling for a report in regard to border management. Do you read it the same?
That is correct.
Okay. So, and the third then is headed political killings task team. And perhaps it's only appropriate that you read what the minister's directive as reflected therein into the record, and that would part answer, I believe, the question posed by the chair.
The letter is on this paragraph, if I may quote, political killings task team. In 2019, a directive was made to the National Commissioner of Police following the Morane Commission report, even though not flowing directly from such, that an interministerial task force be established. The key mandate was to stop, investigate, resolved, unresolved matters of politicians in the country, especially in KwaZulu-Natal. My observation in this regard, as indicated above, is that further existence of this team is no longer required, nor is it adding any value to policing in South Africa. I therefore direct that the political killings task team be disestablished immediately. Further, that a preliminary report in this regard be submitted to the minister by the 20th of January 2025. The final and closing report must be submitted to the ministry's management executive committee meeting late January 2025, the date of which will be communicated as soon as possible. Yours sincerely, Minister of Police, Mr. E.S. Mkhwanazi, MP.
Thank
Let me ask this direct question, General. Is this a policy or a policing issue, and why?
Commissioner, as in my opinion, views and experience I have in the police of over 30 years, this is a letter that is operational, not policy. It talks to the operational work of the police, of the SAPS, mainly so because this is one team that has been successful out of the 11 teams that are running at national level. But it is the only team that receives this type of letter. So I felt that this is an operational thing, notwithstanding the fact that there are other background references in terms of the establishment of this team that were omitted, perhaps were not known to the minister, the reason of which I think he's in a better position to explain.
Thank you, Chair. I know further on in your statement you deal with these issues, but I would like to invite you to give a preliminary response to the statement made by the minister in the letter. And I quote, "My observation in this regard, as indicated above, is that further existence of this team is no longer required, nor is it adding any value to policing in South Africa." Do you have any comment to that statement?
Commissioner, I disagree with the assessment of the minister in this regard. I have displayed earlier today also in the statement, previous pages, the work that the team have done, the success rate, the performance that influence the extra work to be given to the team, which will include the work in Eastern Cape, as well as traditional leadership. So for a minister to reach this conclusion, was because the minister has not received a formal briefing on the work that this team is doing. So to me, it was a wrong conclusion that the minister has reached. which is why it became a matter of concern.
I think somewhere in your statement, but as part of that same theme, you say that the disbandment would have resulted in all dockers having to be sent to different corners within KwaZulu-Natal to be handled by individual investigators who would no longer have the benefit of this integrated approach to one, investigating, and also two, to prosecution, which, according to your statement, would have been disadvantageous to the process.
That is correct, Commissioner. I can't agree with you more. The minister's conclusion of saying that the team does not any value in policing in South Africa was misplaced. It is my belief that perhaps, as I had said in the public, in the very same month of January, that someone influenced the minister to do this.
Thank you. General, you say that at the time of this letter, the minister had not received a formal briefing on the work of the task team. You say formal. Had he received any briefing at all from you in particular?
Commissioner, when the minister arrived, cannot remember the date when he was appointed, he had invited the police management to the South African Police Service Academy at Pretoria West, where presentations were given to the minister. But that was strategic presentation that were given to the minister, not specifics on operational matters. I had an opportunity also to stand, take a podium there and present to the minister. One of the remarks I made in my presentation to him was to invite him to visit KZN so that he get to experience some of the operational challenges that we have as a province, especially because he's a resident of the very same province. So it was in a part of my presentation when I was talking to him. So, but in a formal briefing, as it was done during the IMC of the previous administration, there was never such a briefing. There was never such an opportunity presented for a formal briefing to be made to outline in details of what the team has achieved up until the time when he wrote this letter. Actually, up to date, he has never had that platform.
And perhaps if I may just follow up on that. Earlier in the morning, you, in discussion of the IMC, you stated that the Minister of Police is the chair of that committee. Is that correct?
That is correct. Is the chair of the committee.
Do you know who calls for the meetings of that committee?
Although I will not necessarily know between the ministries how they communicate, but from the police, we'll always get correspondence coming from the Minister of Police as a chairperson convening such a briefing session. So that will go via the National Commissioner's Office and it will be brought to us so that we prepare for that briefing and the date when the briefing is going to take place.
Since the Minister Mkhwanazi assumed office, I think it was May 2024, have you received such an invitation?
We have never received an invitation at all.
Getting back to your statement then from paragraph 126. From 126, you engage with the steps you took upon learning of the minister's decision on the 2nd of December, albeit through a friend. Can we talk about the immediate steps you took upon learning of the minister's decision? Where we started paragraph 126 of your statement.
Yes.
Ms. Siller, don't you mean paragraph 123?
I do mean paragraph 123 indeed. Thank you, Commissioner. My page flipped. It's marked for another purpose. It is 123. I apologize, General, for the confusion. Thank you, Commissioner.
Yes, Commissioner. Perhaps maybe I must pause to mention something that perhaps I did not include on my statement, that upon receipt of this WhatsApp message with a letter, the first point of contact was to engage the Chief of Staff at the Minister's office. Mr. Nkabinde is a well-known individual to me. I personally called him, understanding that there can never be any letter signed by the minister that does not pass his desk, or at least pass his hand. So I asked about it, whether is he aware, or maybe it's just a fake letter that is created by someone and is circulating. So I asked him if he's aware of such a letter that is disestablishing the team. And his response was yes, he is aware of the letter. In actual fact, his words were, the letter has been going back and forth. Someone crafting it, sending it to the minister, has been corrected. Eventually, it was put under pressure to dispatch it to the office of the National Commissioner. So the letter, as I saw it, it's a correct letter that was signed by the Minister of Police. So from there, because it was unofficial when I was talking to him, when he gave me the response, I then felt at the time, what had confused me the most, Commissioner, is because I will expect, obviously, the letters addressed to the National Commissioner, that the National Commissioner will communicate with me about this. I took an opportunity to call him. The National Commissioner must indicate, Commissioner, that he was on leave at the time when I received this letter, when I saw this letter. He was on vacation leave. I cannot remember exact date. It could have been a Tuesday, but it was during the week when this letter came out. A weekend prior to that, which was a Saturday, the National Commissioner and the Minister of Police had visited KwaZulu-Natal province to come and support us as we were mourning the death of one of our colleagues. So there was a funeral that took place at the area of Mpangeni in KwaZulu-Natal. It's a Saturday. And when the funeral ended, the minister, in his own words, was that he's going to rest in the province, he's going to be around the province. So I must be aware of that. And the National Commissioner was going to be starting his leave on Monday. So we all went separate ways. National Commissioner traveled to Pretoria that Saturday evening, and the minister will have gone to his residence in KwaZulu-Natal. It's a Saturday. Sunday goes by, the Monday, I cannot remember the date, but 2 or 3 days later, the letter surfaced. So the National Commissioner just taken leave. So that's what troubled me, because I find it odd that you cannot have a National Commissioner or the minister writing a letter to the National Commissioner that has got such content and these allegations, if the minister had not discussed this with the National Commissioner somewhere before. Perhaps it's just formalizing the communication that he had had with the National Commissioner. That's why then I took a decision to contact the National Commissioner to try and establish from him whether is he aware about this letter, has he been told about this establishment. And the National Commissioner's response was that he is on leave, which his leave is going to end on the 14th of January, and he hasn't had an opportunity to consider the content of the letter. But he had nothing to do with the disbandment and of this political killings task team. And he also informed me that the Minister of Police has never sought his advice before taking this decision. So I also advised him that I also had not been engaged about the decision of the minister. So that is the first engagement I had with the National Commissioner as he was on leave.
He was still on leave at the time you had that engagement.
That is correct.
Before then we discuss what you did next. Can I go back to an issue you raised and you said it's not part of your statement? And that relates to your contact with the chief of staff in the minister's office. And if I recall correctly, you said the chief of staff informed you that the letter was going to and fro. I think those are the words you used. Do you recall that?
That's correct.
What do you know between who that letter was going to
I-
and fro?
Commissioners, I did not ask him who are these back and forth, but my conclusion was that the drafters of the letter were on the other side of the country.
Country, you said?
The other side of the country, because the minister was in KwaZulu-Natal.
Okay,
So the drafters will have been elsewhere, not together with the minister. And the correspondence will have gone to the chief of staff, who then directed to the minister. And perhaps the minister will not be happy with some content and will bring it back to the chief of staff, and the chief of staff will send it to the drafters. That's why the back and forth
okay.
statement come from. That is my assumption. And eventually, after the signature was placed on the document, then the chief of staff was, on his own words, pressured to make sure that the National Commissioner's Office receives and acknowledge the receipt on the letter on the day. So he never told me who pressured him to do that. So I guess the investigation will be able to discover where did the letter originate from before the minister signs it.
The pressure was on the chief of staff.
That is correct, Commissioner, according to his own words.
Over what period, if you know, was the minister in KZN? I know from the time of the funeral. When was the funeral? And do you know up to what point?
I do not know the duration that the minister was in KZN for, but actually I don't even know when he arrived in KZN, but the funeral was on the Saturday, which was the last Saturday of December. The funeral was on that Saturday in KwaZulu-Natal, and on the 2nd is when this letter was signed. And when we separated on the day of the funeral, the minister told me that he's going to be in the province. So whether he had left the province maybe between the funeral day and the date of the letter, I do not know.
Thank you, General.
Thank you, Chair. So the National Commissioner was not able to shed any better light on the letter because he says he wasn't aware of it. He was not engaged before it was crafted and dispatched, and he didn't know anything about it. That's what then did you do next?
Commissioners, I made a suggestion to the National Commissioner that he must speak to the minister in order to be able to establish the factors that made the minister to consider arriving in this conclusion and a drastic decision to disestablish the team. Because in my views, it was an irrational and irregular. The decision was going to have a serious impact, as I said, in terms of the investigation of crime and those cases that were before the team. And also in the main, because I, as per the Constitution, given the responsibility to make sure that policing is done in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, and the population of over 12.5 million, we're going to look at me as having failed them. So the consequence of a sudden stop of investigation was going to impact on us as the South African Police Service in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, and myself as a person responsible for the work that needed to be done.
And do you know whether or not the National Commissioner acted on your request to engage the minister and establish the issues that you've highlighted?
Well, I did not hear from the National Commission after that, Commissioners, as the time were progressing. I did not know, it never really came back to me to tell me what is the next course of action, but it continuously signs of the extension of the deployment of the team. in the province, regardless of the letter.
And you indicate that you took some resolutions following the National Commissioner's failure to report back to you on any contact and conversation he may have had with the minister. What were those steps you took?
Part of the, if I hear the question correct, Commissioner, on what I did after speaking to the National Commissioner not able to come back to me.
Yes.
I said earlier I had engagement with the Chief of Staff right at the beginning because he's a person I knew very well. And I even requested the Chief of Staff that he must try and arrange a meeting with the minister so that we can be able to tell the minister about the consequence of the letter that he has written. And after engaging with the National Commissioner, I did not leave it there. I continuously tried different individuals outside the structure of government, people that I thought the minister might listen to. I tried to engage them, to try and reach out to the minister so that we can talk about this. But that did not give me any success. I then took a decision to engage the minister directly in the form of a WhatsApp that I sent him. He acknowledged that and he was to set up a meeting, but to date, that meeting never materialized.
General, you seem to have skipped paragraph 126 as another step that you took. Do you want to speak to that?
That is correct, Commissioner. In my effort to try and make sure that we get to engage with the minister about this matter, part of my request to the National Commissioner was that if he's not able to get an audience with the minister to talk about this, the least he must do is to approach the head of state, the president, because he accounts to the president, and the president knows about the establishment of this team and the work that the team is doing over these years. So he must be informed about what the minister has done, and I want the National Committee to establish whether is a president aware of the decision of the minister, is he supporting this decision of the minister? Because as a provincial commissioner, I can't go directly to the president, so I needed to engage my boss, which is the National Commissioner, to reach out to his boss, the president, because of course the executive authority, the minister, taking a decision that seems to be contrary to what we are doing as the police. I also wanted to indicate, I reminded the National Commissioner that the work of this team was as a result of the interministerial committee. This is not a South African police service operation. This is an integrated operation which account to a group of ministers as doing oversight on behalf of the president. So it cannot be correct then that one minister takes a decision without being part of the collective, or even so, the decision that is taken is an operational decision, whereas the IMC at the beginning did not participate in the formation of the team. It was the National Commission that signs off the formation of the team. The IMC were only presented with a strategy that we're going to do, which they adopted, they agree with us, and they will have received or gave their opinions if there was no need for that to continue anymore. They will have convened us and told us that the country is okay now. The murder rates have gone down that are targeted to the politicians, or therefore you might want to reconsider this operational approach that you are doing and maybe revisit the strategy, but that didn't happen. So that was our concern.
And did you receive a report back from the National Commissioner, whether he's attempted to speak to the president?
No, unfortunately, I did not receive a report back. I do not know what was engagement. It is for that reason, Commissioner, that without receiving that, I personally reached out to the chairperson of the portfolio committee as an oversight body to the police work. Because I realize it looks like every door I'm knocking, nothing is happening. National Commissioner, please speak to the minister, it's not happening. National Commissioner, check with the president, I'm not getting a feedback. And the next body that I must engage is an oversight body, which is Parliament. I then contacted the chairperson of the portfolio committee, Honorable Cameron, myself. I requested him to invite me to the portfolio committee. Ordinarily, I was not supposed to be part of the portfolio committee. But through my request, he invited me to be part of the portfolio committee. It is that portfolio committee where I was able to then express my feelings about this decision in the presence of both the National Commissioner and the Minister. But even that effort failed. Nothing happened as a result. So those are all the efforts that I did.
Thank you, Ms. Silla.
Thank you, Commissioner. And just to remind you, General, there's a portion in your statement where you elaborate further on these steps. And we will get back to it. And in particular, the engagement you had with the portfolio committee, because that's the first place where you were engaged by potential decision makers on the matter. All other previous efforts had been unsuccessful. But before we get there, getting back to our page 44, and I'm at paragraph 127, I'm going to invite you to read your paragraph 127 into the record. And then I point out before you do so that, and I don't know if you'll agree with me, that's conjecture on your part. It's not a fact what is in 127. So if you're going to read it, I need you to explain what informs or what leads you to that, to form that conclusion.
Commissioner, on this paragraph, I wrote that at this stage, it had become clear to me at least that the minister issued a directive based on advice that other than the, based on the records, official records of the SAPS. It was an advice from someone that would have told the minister. So I strongly suspected that that advice the minister received was the one to disband the task team. And it is my feeling, Commissioner, that after having received these continuous briefing from the Gauteng counterintelligence operation about the work that they are doing in Gauteng and the sensitivity of the cases they are investigating and the extent of corruption that they are experiencing with these investigations, that for sure someone believed, because there were threats against the 2 detectives of Gauteng and the 10 members of the political killings task team had came to Gauteng to assist. Hence, they became part of the project. Someone thought that the political killings task team was the one that was responsible for the investigations in Gauteng towards these criminal syndicates that we had alluded to, we spoke about earlier, which involved and the participation of senior police officers in the South African Police Service, especially at the head office, as well as the senior politicians and their associate. So somebody believed that it is the political killings task team that was based with the Gauteng investigation. That was my conclusion, that whoever advised the minister advised him to close the team because they thought it is the team that is doing that investigation.
Now, and I did qualify that that is your conclusion, and in this paragraph at least, you don't substantiate that conclusion or provide a basis for that conclusion. My question to you is, do you personally have any evidence, or is there anyone within the investigative arm or involved in the investigations who would be able to adduce sufficient evidence to at least support the conclusion you have drawn? Do you know of the existence of such evidence?
Commissioners, I am aware of the evidence that was extracted as the team in Gauteng were investigating, which made me reach the conclusion that indeed, this is what made someone to influence the minister to close it. Because the evidence that we're going to present later by someone who's going to come before this commission who were part of this Gauteng investigation, they uncovered that communication within the syndicates was making a reference to the team, not being understanding that what is happening in Gauteng is for Gauteng, is not for KZN.
You say communication between the syndicate, but you are not implying that that communication extended to the minister, are you?
To some degree, the associates, as I referred to here on this paragraph, are associates of the minister. And the very same associate does show communication that seems to suggest that the minister is fully involved in the decision that this syndicate is taking.
Do you accept the responsibility on your part to substantiate fully, not necessarily today, but in the fullness of time, the conclusions you have drawn in that paragraph?
Yes, commissioners, evidence is there on the record, although some of it will perhaps require to be covered in camera, but the evidence is there that will support my conclusion on this. The individuals, the colleagues, as I said earlier, my July briefing was a collective effort. Men and women who are part of the investigation in Gauteng, who knows and they've gathered evidence to support the allegations that we ended up making. And they are going to come before this commission and they're going to present that evidence. We will be able, under oath, to confirm that indeed that is evidence that we've collected, and we have no reason not to believe that it is the real evidence that proves the linkages between the syndicates and the minister himself.
I suspect the commissioners will flag that particular paragraph and the allegations you make there, and we'll see where the commission goes and whether or not eventually the evidence is adduced. Continuing with your statement, however, from paragraph 129 to paragraph 137, you basically deal with the experience of the task team, the efforts of the task team, the reports continuously made by the task team in challenging the conclusion arrived at by the minister in his letter of the 31st. You see that? Would you like to briefly touch on the issues that you raise in those paragraphs?
Commissioner, referring to paragraph 129.
I'm referring to from paragraph 129, where you engage now with the letter, and you stated in the letter, I quote, the minister claims that his observation is that the existence of this team is no longer required. I do not know what facts support the minister's conclusion. I deny the correctness of the minister's conclusion and aver that they are wholly baseless. That's what you stated 129. In succeeding paragraphs, you then engage with the basis for why you disagree with the minister's conclusion. And that's what I would like you to summarize for the benefit of the commission. And that should take you to 137, paragraph 137.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. As I indicated earlier, that this political killings task team is one of many task teams that are running in the country. So for the minister to isolate the political killing task team alone raises question And for the conclusion that the minister says that the team does not add any value, the value of the police is to prevent crime, to investigate crime, and bring the perpetrators thereof to justice. And this team has demonstrated that. So I did not understand the value the minister was referring to. Whether it was privy to the success, the achievement of the team or not, it's something perhaps the commission will be able to bring, because to date I've never had an opportunity to ask him. These are questions I wanted to ask him, and I never had an opportunity to ask. So therefore it could not be justified that the team, with these stats that it has, that it can just be classified as a team that does not add value in the work of the police in the country. And as I said, commissioners, that this team, through their success rate, they were even given a task that went beyond the scope of the work on their inception, and they were tasked to go and work in the Eastern Cape, and they were given the responsibility to investigate cases of traditional leaderships and the likes. So it cannot be then correct for the minister to say a team that is recognized, and it's the only one that has been recognized like this in the country, for such a team to simply make an allegation that it does not add value, it's wrong in all front. That's why I disagree with what the minister said. It is simply inconceivable that the entire operational management of the SAPS, under the leadership of the National Commissioner, who will see the value of this team and the efforts, the dedication, the times that these members, officers have spent away from home for years in order to assist in dealing with the reduction of our leaders of our country, the murders of our leaders of our country, that it is therefore seen by a minister as not adding value. So the sacrifice of these police officers, the recognition that the National Commissioner has made over these members, the support and the appreciation that the Interministerial Committee has expressed, including the President himself, when he was briefed about the work of this team. And he expressed it, commissioners, not only to the IMC at one stage, he spoke directly to the investigator, to the members themselves, where he said, you are doing a good job, when he was briefed. So for all that, for the minister to come and say it doesn't add any value when everyone else is recognizing, was very bizarre, to say the least. So the reason I advance annually for the continuation of this team are those reflected in the very same reports that we're giving to the IMCs, because those reports were indicating the work still that needs to be done, the success rate the team has achieved in order to motivate the continuing existence of the team. To this extent, the minister, as a newly appointed minister to the post, having appointed in May last year, under this administration, may have required a historic perspective, the understanding of what this team has been doing before he signs this letter. He need only have had regard, ask the office, his office, to finish him with reports that were already available in his office, which were the IMC reports that are giving the status of the work of the team. He will have received that and get a briefing on it, or at least he will have engaged with the president. But prior to engaging the president, he will have called for this reporting from myself or whoever that was part of this team, in order to understand before he engages the president on the work of this team. So for the reason unknown to me, the minister elected not only to rely on saying that the team does not any value, but he decided to issue a directive to disestablish the team. I must say, commissioners, although not written here, that in his own words, I think it will be in the record of Parliament, where the minister said he had indicated an engagement with the president about this decision that he has taken. So that's why he stand by his decision. So, which then is strange because the National Commission has never received anything to counter that. So it remains his utterances that we do not know whether he can justify on why he reached that conclusion. So my concern,
Can I, if I may,
yes,
and I do so with the eye on the clock now because the chair had, I think, had put a cutoff hour of 4. I just want to, continuing on what you have in your statement in the order as it appears, you raise a second different specific concern regarding the minister's decision, and this you deal with at paragraph 134. I would like you to highlight that particular concern to the commission, please.
as I said, commissioners, that the work of the team was not as a result of the Minister of Police, but was a result of the Interministerial Committee. So my own concern in the main was the seeming undermining of the Interministerial Committee by the Minister of Police, because the letter does not suggest that the IMC had approved this dissolution of the team, nor that the mandate was given by the IMC to dissolve this team. The minister has to date not advised of any IMC's decision with regard to the work of the team to date.
Okay. Now I'll take us briefly to the dissolution, the disestablishment letter, if one can call it that, of the minister. We went through it, we highlighted what the directives were concerning the filling of the posts of, for the intelligence division regarding ports of entry and the political trust team. That would be at pages 185 to 186. Now, if you cast your eye on that document, does the minister say anything about what must happen to the dockets at the time being handled by the task team upon dissolution of the team? Does he instruct or give guidance on what should happen in that letter?
The minister's letter does not say anything about the case dockets specific. So he did not direct on what must be done on this docket. I am informed that the determination on what must happen to the docket was taken by General Sibia through the written correspondence that he directed to his subordinate, which is the head of detectives, Lieutenant General Sentumole.
So you annex further as MK10, a letter dated the 4th of February 2025. This is authored by General Sibia, and you say that it was directed to General Sentumole. Could you just briefly tell us who's General Sentumole, whether she and how, fit in and how?
Lieutenant General Sentumole is a divisional commissioner responsible for crime detection in the country. And she is stationed at the head office, resulting under General Sibia as a deputy national commissioner.
Your MK10, annexure MK10 starts from page 187. If you could turn to that. And you say it is this document that contained the determination as regards the fate of the dockets, the task team dockets. Is that?
That is correct.
And what is the fate as determined by General Sibia in this letter?
In the main, the Sibia is instructing the divisional commissioner to ensure that the cases under investigation, the instruction by the Minister of Police, the directive of the day of the 31st of December, which was issued by the Minister of Police, that this directive be implemented immediately. And that's why on his letter, he makes a reference that in compliance with this directive, he, as General Sibia, is directing that the Divisional Commissioner Crime Detection must engage with the Divisional Commissioner Crime Intelligence.
Yes. And I understand that in summary, the directive there is all the dockets should be directed to a specific place at national office outside the KZN area. Is my understanding correct?
That is correct.
Now, do you know if you, I'll put it differently, if you, and that's assuming you had the authority, if you were, as a provincial commissioner, were to decide to disband a task team operating in KwaZulu-Natal with dockets on matters relating to on dockets relating to issues and crimes arising in KZN, what would automatically happen to those dockets? If a task team in KwaZulu-Natal is disbanded, and I will assume for purposes of this question that it correctly disbanded, what automatically happens to those dockets that the task team handled?
A case dockets, commissioners, belong to a police station. The case is open at police station, get registered, is going to have a case number of a particular police station. The docket might be investigated by a specialized unit, a task team, or whatever that is established. But on conclusion thereof, it goes back to the police station where it was registered. So if there was a decision to stop the work of this task team on dockets that are already finalized, will needed to be returned back to the stations, and dockets that are still under investigation will also need to be returned back to the very same stations. So that those dockets have been allocated to different investigators at the station so that the work or investigation work can continue.
So what would be the basis to treat these particular 121 dockets differently? And that instead of going back to their respective police stations, that they're directed to come to national office? Would you know the basis for that?
I just did not know what could be the reason, although later I discovered what could be the motive. Perhaps we'll discuss that later.
We'll discuss that later, particularly what could be, but let's try and stick to fact for the moment. Commissioner Baloyi?
Thank you. Ms. Silo, before you step off the letter, and let me direct this so that you can formulate it your way to the general. In this letter, and maybe it's because I'm not familiar with police speak, where in this letter do you say that there's an instruction to deliver the dockets to head office?
I think I can assist that by referring to the next annexure,
Okay. that's
which
all right.
is annexure, it's the same annexure, it's a series of letters. It starts at page 190. And the annexure the letter at page 190 is dated the 22nd of 2025. And that also is issued by General Sibia. At item 2 of that letter, at item 1, General Sibia cross-references the letter under discussion together with another one of a previous date, 17th of January. At item 2, he states that in compliance with the Minister's Directive of the 31st of December 2024 and subsequent directives on the matter, you advise that this process should be finalized by Thursday, 24th April 2025. And it says this includes the transfer of all dockets, closed, currently under investigation and in court to the division detective and forensic services. This says, once again, directed to the divisional commissioner, crime intelligence, and detective and forensic services, same as the previous letter.
Thank you. It's
Thank you.
clarified.
You followed my explanation to the Commissioner General?
Yes, Commissioner, I could just confirm that the annex are the marked 190, paragraph 2 is specific to that.
Thank you, General.
Thank you, General. So then it's clarified that at least in those two letters, the decision or the directive instruction is that the dockets be dealt with in the manner articulated at page 190, which is transfer of the dockets, whether closed, currently under investigation and in court, to the division detective and forensic services. Earlier, when we put up the organogram, and I checked my understanding with you, I'd understood that division to be a national division and to be one of the divisions that are under the auspices of General Sibia's division as Deputy Commissioner, Deputy National Commissioner. Yes. Am I correct in my understanding?
That is correct, Commissioner, as I put out in the structure that there are 3 deputies under the National Commissioner at the head office. Each of the deputies is overseeing specific functions. So in this regard, this division, detective service, detective and forensic service, it's a division that is headed by Lieutenant General Sintumule, and it results under the responsibility of the Deputy National Commissioner Crime Detection, which is Lieutenant General Sibia.
So technically, my apologies. I say, so effectively, they leave the control of the task team and or the provincial commissioner, and they now will resort under General Sibia through the division detective and forensic services, which is a national function.
Yeah, that is correct, Commissioner. They will have these dockets moved from one province and go over another province to a third province, from KZN past Free State and landed in Gauteng.
Did you, upon learning, now let me put it differently, when did you learn of the intention to transfer those dockets and under what circumstances?
We, as a standard practice that I'll do from time to time in the province, commissioners will be to conduct an oversight on different functions that are performed in a province. And it so happened from time to time that we do what we refer to in the province as a case flow management session. And this is where we receive presentation, I receive presentation together with my deputies on different investigations that are running in the province in order to see performance of the investigation team, assess challenges that the team has, so you can support in areas where we need to support. During the session that was held in May, I came to learn that these 121 case dockets had been moved to Pretoria. And that briefing was given to me by a member that was in charge of this political killings task team at the time in KZN, Colonel Matlo, who advised me that when they moved this docket, it was as instruction of Jar Kumalo, who was a project manager of the political killings task team. That's when I became aware, May 2025.
May 2025. What did you do, if anything, upon learning?
It would have been easier, Commissioner, for me to pick up a phone and call Jaro Kumalo because I'm in constant communication with him. But since, in my eyes, this was violating the law, I felt it's important to start putting things formally. So I wrote to Jaro Kumalo, inquiring about these directives that he has issued. I was asking him about the status of these dockets because the team had presented to me that through his instruction, the dockets were taken to the head office.
And the letter you reference, is it MK11 you refer to it, paragraph 138 of your affidavit? Of your statement, rather, my apologies.
That is correct.
And that annexure, MK11, appears from pages 192, Commissioners. If you could turn to the letter, General. Is that the letter?
That is correct. That is the letter that I wrote to General Khumalo inquiring about these dockets.
Now, it is clear from a reading of that letter that you made the inquiry to General Khumalo in the terms that you expressed yourself. But neither your statement nor your annexures say anything about whether or not you received a response from General Khumalo on these issues, did you?
Yeah, well, General Khumalo did indicate to me that he had received instruction which led him to hand over these dockets to the head office. And that instruction came from the Deputy National Commissioner Crime Detection, General Spear, whom, according to the correspondence that was sent to Khumalo, it was not written to me, it was written to Khumalo, instructing Khumalo to bring the dockets, that the General Spear was acting under instruction of the minister on a letter of 31st that was disbanding the team.
Now, do you know whether or not the demand of the transfer of the dockets to Pretoria was with the knowledge, concurrence, and support of the National Commissioner? Do you know that as a fact at all?
Before that, how did Lieutenant General Khumalo convey what you've just said to you? Was it orally?
He spoke to me on the phone about what has happened.
Oh, thank you.
If I may just point out for clarity, Chair, at 139, the witness states what General Khumalo informed him. And then he says, I was verbally informed that General Sibia
Oh,
acted in a
I
particular-"
missed that. Thank
So
you.
I take it in
Thank you.
the course of that conversation.
I missed that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So now we turn to National Commissioner. Are you aware of whether or not he knew about this demand for the transfer of the 121 dockets? And anything that you know, please indicate how you became aware thereof.
Commissioners, I report to the National Commissioner as appointed by him. Therefore, I must account to him. On a telephone conversation that I had with him, which I did not reflect on the statement, was exactly that I'm told that the dockets have been taken to Pretoria. Whether did he authorize such? And he said, no, we never authorized such transfer or movement of case dockets. And the National Commissioner, in supporting what he said to me, he had given me an affidavit. I've seen an affidavit that he wrote under oath where he indicated that he never authorized General Spear to take these dockets. And that was in June, I beg your pardon, in July. The affidavit was dated in July. And I also know that during the recent court process where Lieutenant General Spear had submitted an urgent application in court about his placement at home or leave of absence that he was challenging, and subsequent to that intention to suspend, that on the submission that was made by the National Commissioner to the court papers, he says the same thing that he had said to me, that he never authorized the dockets to be moved from KwaZulu-Natal to Pretoria.
So if I understand you correctly, you learned from the affidavit deposed to by the National Commissioner in that matter, and the National Commissioner subsequently confirmed to you directly, personally, that he never authorized the transfer of those dockets.
The National Commissioner personally, he told me that he never authorized it, and then affidavits that followed confirm the same thing.
And do you know whether or not the dockets were duly transferred? You said on the 20th, by the 20th of May, when you learned, they had been transferred, right?
That is correct, Commissioners.
Do you know what became the fate of those dockets after they left the control of the political killing stars team?
Well, the political killing stars team members were complaining to me that they are receiving unindebted complaints from the members of, the family members of the victims of crime that they were in constant contact with as they were investigating these cases, in order to seek update on the work that the team is doing. And the team could not give them update on the work that has been done, and the families are not receiving any update on the work that is done. So that made me conclude that nobody is making contact with the families. There's no investigation that has been done. And really the whereabouts exactly of these dockets was also in question. So it was my conclusion that from the time they were taken until the time when they were transferred back, nothing was done in those documents in terms of the investigation of crime.
Chair,
It is 4 o'clock, but.
Just
my-
two questions to.
My co-commissioner has a question,
Okay.
and then.
Mine were just
after-
to wrap up this topic.
After him, you will see when it's convenient for
Oh,
us. to
thank
adjourn.
you. Thank you, Chair.
Advocacy
Commissioner.
law, maybe you'll deal with it in your own way, because you're still continuing with your questions. I just want clarity on whether the directive was implemented. That is the directive to disband the task team. Because it seems to me that where we are going now, we're dealing with the dockets and the removal of the dockets from the task team to Pretoria. But what became of the task team itself following the directive? You can deal
Yes.
with it in your own way.
I guess the reference is to the warm bodies.
Yes. What became of them? I think it is going to be, the answer to that question will be perhaps slightly lengthy and complicated, and might perhaps take you beyond, way beyond 4 o'clock than you, more than you intend. So may I suggest that we flag it and we come back to it?
That's
The
fine.
questions that I wanted to pose to the witness are just closing the issue of dockets.
That's
And we open with your question tomorrow morning. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. General, so just to close up on the issue of dockets. At paragraph 142, you give just a very brief summary. That seems to imply that you have a good sense of the issues that were being investigated and reflected in those dockets. Am I correct in my suggestion?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, if I am correct, my question to you then is, to your knowledge, did any of the 121 dockets contain any detail regarding investigations or generally the work of the Gauteng counterintelligence in the Gauteng counterintelligence operations? Did any of those dockets refer, could be parallel to, based on the description, the explanation you gave us earlier, to any of the work of the Gauteng counterintelligence operations?
Commissioners, the directive from Jarasibia was talking about the deactivation of the political killing stars team. The case docket of the political killing stars team was situated in KwaZulu-Natal, and they were not part of the Gauteng counterintelligence ops. So the GCI ops dockets were kept separately from those that were brought from KZN.
Okay.
So I don't think there was any mixture whatsoever.
Now, in last question then, and perhaps very briefly, your paragraph 141 and 142, you speak of an analysis conducted on those dockets upon their return, and you draw certain conclusions as to what happened to those dockets in the intervening period. Would you like to summarize that And that will be the last question for the day.
Commissioners, although this matter came to the public through the media briefing the National Commission had, again, thanking the media for bringing bring this matter to the attention of the entire citizens. That when the media made an inquiry to the National Commission, the National Commission already directed a week prior to that for the dockets to be taken back to KZN. And we had since convened with the acting divisional commissioner of detective service at the time, and we agreed together with Jaro Kumalo of how we're going to deal with these dockets that are sitting in Pretoria before they come to KZN, be mindful of a possibility that the commission might want to have a look at those dockets. So our agreement was that we are going to have these dockets audit conducted, page by page in each docket, to confirm that which was handed over at the head office, whether it is still intact as it's coming back. As the directive of the National Commission, it was explicit that the copies of those dockets must be made and kept at the head office. So the team had to then make photocopies, scan those dockets, and sign off on each and every document that is inside the docket, and conduct inspection on the docket to see whether has there been any investigation conducted, meaning the very same team, political cleaning task team that came to hand over the dockets after driving from KZN and bringing them here, they came here to come and conduct an inspection on this docket to see the status, whether is any entry that is made on these dockets from the time they were handed over. They did find few of them, maybe a small percentage. I will not give the exact percentage now, but few of them, there were some entries that were made in those dockets. From the investigation team, from the head office, they said they were instructed to conduct inspection on the docket. As they were conducting those inspections, they had made some entries that they had confirmed, some of them, that the investigation is complete. They're supposed to be arrested, but because they're not empowered to do that, they are not investigating officers, they didn't do anything about it. They just confirmed that on paper, and they left it there on the docket. I think only one of the dockets of the Eastern Cape where a contact was made with the victims in that case, but that was just about only thing that was ever done. Contact made with the victim to tell them that we are having this case, we're investigating this case, together with the officials in Eastern Cape who were part of the initial investigation. They were also contacted by this head office team, and the entry was made on that case docket. So this is just only one out of all of them, that at least there was a contact with the victims. The rest, there was no contact with the victims, and some of them were inspected, some of them was not even inspected. And that was the status of this team. That's why I'm saying, commissioners, that when the media asked the National Commissioner about the status of the docket, and when the National Commissioner said he has given instruction for the dockets to go to KZN, it was old story to us, because we already received the instruction a week before. So we were already doing the heading over at the time when the media brought this thing to the eyes of the public. So it came out as if it's something that was done on the day, but it's something that we were already doing the counting of the dockets. And it was a Thursday, if I'm not mistaken, when the media asked the question, and the team was already in Pretoria doing the calculation of those dockets. And on Friday, they drove down to KZN with the docket. That's why we're even reflecting there that some of them, they were on an advanced stage where suspect needed to be arrested. And I can safely say that suspect has been arrested as a result of the state of readiness of those dockets. When they arrived back in KZN within a week, there were people charged.
So in short, General, except for the few entries in some of the dockets, the contents of the dockets were intact, or were what they should have been.
I did not get the commission properly, the last part.
Oh, sorry. I was saying in that audit or verification exercise, during which it was established that there were some entries in a few of the dockets, the contents of the dockets were intact or were what they were supposed to be.
That is correct, Commissioner. All the dockets were as they were handed over originally to the head office. They came back as they were.
Just one other aspect. In paragraph 137 of your statement, you say that the last sentence, the meeting was led by Colonel Mkhwanazi, who advised that the dockets had been delivered to General Khumalo. And in paragraph 142, again, the last sentence, you say in the period that they were under the control of General Sibia, these arrests were not effected for reasons not known to me. The under control that they is referring to, I understand, is it not referring to dockets? By way of example, at the time of their removal from the task team. Yes, removal from the task team. I understand that to be a reference to the dockets. Am I correct?
That is correct,
Yes.
Commissioner.
Yes. Now my question is, the dockets, according to 137, were delivered to General Khumalo, and in 142, they are under the control of General Sibia. This could mean one of, or two, it could refer to two possibilities. One, they could still have remained with General Khumalo, but be under the control of General Sibia, or they could have been moved physically to be under the control of General Sibia. Can you please explain that or shed light on that?
Commissioner, in order to give clarity, you'll see when I made the last statement, when I said, before the National Commissioner conducted the interview, that myself, the acting divisional commissioner of detective services, as well as General Khumalo, had a meeting, a visual meeting, discussing on how we're going to handle the transfer of this docket or the return of these dockets back. At the time, the dockets were sitting at the office of the Divisional Commissioner, Crime Intelligence, in a storeroom of one brigadier, I forgot his name, who works under the Divisional Commissioner, Crime Detection, Lieutenant General Sentimore. It is my understanding, Commissioner, that the dockets moved from Khumalo to General Sentimole from detectives on the direction of General Sibia. Matlo on 137, Colonel Matlo is with the task team in KZN. So he was only communicating the whereabouts of the docket according to his knowledge. His knowledge was that he handed them over to General Khumalo. What General Khumalo did with them, as the commissioner is correctly asking, he couldn't answer that. And General Khumalo, in my engagement with him, was that General Sentimole and General Khumalo, both of them, had received the instruction specific from Sibia that him, Khumalo, and Sentimole, they must transfer the dockets to each other. So meaning dockets coming from political killings task team under Khumalo's signature must come to the detectives under General Sentimole. Hence, they landed at the storeroom of Sentimole. So, but both of them, they fall under General Sibia as a portfolio in the office of the National Commission. So either way, whether they are at Crime Intelligence under Khumalo or they are at Sentimole under at Detective Services, they still, both of those entities fall under General Sibia. So if we say they're under the control of General Sibia, we mean exactly that. He issued the instruction and he commanded those two entities.
Thank you, General.
Thank you, Chair. It's 16:13. I don't think I drove us to 13, but grateful for the indulgence. As I indicated, tomorrow morning, we'll ensure that before we move to the next topic, we respond to Commissioner Khumalo's question. and then we will proceed in the normal way. Thank you.
Thank you. Let us adjourn. Thank you.